All right, so I just want to get your life story.
What does it even mean? What does that even mean?
So when and where were you born?
I was born on December 13th, 1985 in Seoul, Korea.
And where are your parents from? Korea too?
Yes, my parents are from Korea, which is also where I grew up.
How old were you when you moved to the U.S.?
I was 12. It's bad like that. It's now been long enough that I have to actually think about it. It's like I was 12, give or take a year.
Mm-hmm.
Like it could have been 11, it could have been 13, but I'm fairly sure I was 12.
When you look back, that's going to be great for the audio.
I know.
You hear JoJo in the background, that's Soo Park's crying baby. Our crying baby.
Our communal baby.
Our communal baby, and here comes her father. When you think about your life, do you think about are those two separate chapters of existence, almost like two separate lives, or does it all seem seamless, kind of like a seamless memory?
I would say that they feel. Well, it's a tough question because it's really something in between, right? Like they feel like distinct chapters, but because I am still the same person,
mm-hmm.
like there's going to be a level of coherence to it. And then actually, Liz, my mother-in-law, just asked me this similar question when she was visiting, like
mm-hmm.
was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Whenever it was that
right?
she was.
Last week.
Last week. Oh my God.
We saw her like 4 days ago.
Oh my God.
Talk about two separate chapters.
Right. Holy moly.
It does seem like a month ago.
I was like, when she was here, like however many weeks
ago. We saw her on Monday.
Ago.
What's today? Saturday?
No, today's Friday. We have like zero concept of time anymore.
We saw her 3 days ago.
I'm like, when we saw her like 2 or 3 weeks ago, or when we saw her 4 days ago or whatever. She asked, I don't even know why we were talking about this, but we were talking about, she was asking me, like what it feels like to be like first generation. And I was telling her, I'm not first generation, Liz. Like, I wasn't born in this country.
JoJo's first generation.
Right. And I kept saying, like, and she was like, yeah, but you're so Americanized. I'm like, that doesn't matter. Like, I wasn't born in this country. Like, I am a zero generation. And there's no amount of Americanization that could make me first generation.
I do know her point. I do understand her point.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people from different countries that live in America that weren't born in America. I know a good amount of people. And you are, I may be missing, one or two people. No, I really don't think I am. You are the most American. I don't even know if American's the right word, because that conjures images of to me, American conjures images of some Trump guy in Alabama.
Yeah.
You're the most, I don't know. You have no signs that you were born in a different country whatsoever. Zero accent. Your I don't know, your personality is, feels, very big and powerful. Like I would think of America being stereotypically, right? You seem like an American. I don't know. You don't. There's nothing foreign about you.
Ask a Republican if I look like I represent America.
That's a good point. But no, I remember. I didn't know you were born. I knew you were born in Korea, but I had always just assumed that you must have moved here as soon as you were born. Yeah. That's what my assumption always was.
Yeah. And that was kind of her point. It's exactly along those lines. And she was saying, now that you've been here for so long,
But it's not even so long. That's the crazy part. You're born. You came when you're 12. That's what I'm saying. When you're a 12-year-old, you're like a person. You've had experiences. Right. You have memories. You've developed opinions and thoughts about reality. You've made relationships, voluntary relationships. Yeah. You've potentially gotten rid of relationships voluntarily.
Yeah. I had a social circle.
12 years old is if we were cave people, it would be time for you to have a kid. Oh, a 12-year-old is an established human,
Yeah.
That's why I asked the question, does it seem like two separate lives?
Yeah.
Because it's so hard for me to think of you as a Korean middle schooler. And like Korea, speaking total Korean. I don't know anything about like Korean culture or anything, but just, being surrounded by other Koreans.
Right.
I think of you as more emblematic of what it means to be like a successful American adult, much more so than I am. When I think of like, what does it mean to be a successful American adult, And I think of you and I'm like, someone like Sue and her husband Lucas, like it's not living American dream sounds very like trite or whatever, but you guys are successful, established, kind of like pushing humanity forward. I don't know. It's very odd for me to think of you as a Korean immigrant. Yeah. Anyway, so what was childhood like in Korea? Or if you want to say anything else about my dream.
No, I just think it's interesting that was that was the lead-in, because it's like a deja vu moment. Like I just had this conversation and I told her kind of the same thing, that it's hard for me to think of them as really either completely separate chapters or a coherent chapter, because as you said, when you're 12 you've already formed opinions, formed relationships, and you already have a pretty good sense of self. Totally. And that's something that will always stay with me. So I can't say that was a completely independent chapter of my life, right? Because things that I experienced then are things that continue to shape who I am.
Exactly, yeah.
But at the same time, they also feel very separate and distinct, because not just the outward differences, like the language or the people, but because we basically wrapped up our life and livelihood and picked up our lives and moved to a different country. So like there's like a certain level of finality that came with it. So it's it's kind of an in-between space.
Yeah, your transition to, and all of this I've known you for 6 or 7 years. 2013 or 14 is when I met you.
That sounds about right.
2013.
I don't even remember the first time we met, honestly.
I do. I think I do. In the U Chicago library. I believe in the basement. I think I was studying. So just quick, I'll give a little intro before this, but let's just do the intro now. So I know Sue because Sue is my good buddy Lucas's wife. And I've talked about this before on the podcast, but I now live with them working in their backyard, working as their nanny for their soon-to-be 20-month-old daughter. So Lucas and I taught together, Sue's husband Lucas and I taught together in Phoenix. And we were friends in Phoenix, but towards the end of our last year together, we were there for 3 years. Our last year together, and particularly towards the end of our last year together, we started becoming good friends. But like my first year teaching, I didn't really know Lucas at all. Second year teaching, started hanging out with him a little bit. Third year teaching, started to become like good friends with him. But really, ended up being like Lucas's wedding, and I think that transition to like from good friend to like groomsman quality level friend or whatever. Honestly, I think that happened when y'all were at U Chicago Law School, when y'all met in law school at
like
U Chicago. Post TFA.
Yeah.
I would come. My sister lives in Chicago with her nieces, and I'm always up. I'm up there multiple times a year, like anywhere from 3 to 5 times a year. And so every time I go up there, I always make an effort to go see, at least spend the day. I think I'd always spend the night, at least spend one night at Lucas's place in Chicago, just to catch up and shoot shit and escape from being trapped in the suburbs of Chicago. And then y'all were dating at the time. That's when I met you. And I think the first time we met was I think y'all were just meeting up to go study at the U Chicago library. I knew of you.
It was like spring quarter. It was my last quarter in law school.
Yeah, it must have been, yeah. I went there multiple times, so I don't remember exactly what it was, and it's all kind of blurry to me because, then there was a time you left.
Yeah, I was gone.
You met Lucas as a third, he was first year, you were third year.
Yeah.
So, so y'all didn't overlap very much. And so I continued coming back to visit Lucas at U Chicago, and you were no longer there. So I have all these, we went to the library a bunch, so they're all like on top of each other, exactly when it was, whether it was snowing outside or not. I don't remember the exact scene of our first encounter, but I'm pretty sure it was in the U Chicago library.
Okay.
And I remember thinking, like I knew of you obviously, and then when I I really felt for you, Sue, was when my life is always up in the air, and so Lucas would go study at the U Chicago Library, and so I would sit with him and just like get my life together. It was like one of the few times where there's not a ton of time where I take just separately sit and like, I don't know, do paperwork, applications type things. But when Lucas would go study, I'm like, okay, this is the perfect time for me to just do whatever. And I remember I would sit next to him, and I think you were there at the time, and I applied to Peace Corps. I remember one time in the Chicago Library and got in, and then another time I had an interview for another job in Honduras, and it was in Chicago. The interview was in Chicago, and we were at the U Chicago Library. And I remember talking to him like, okay, this interview's in X location in Chicago. How do I get there? And you were just like, just take my car. And I was like, whoa, that is super nice. I was like, this chick is awesome. And then I remember, that was that. The whole time I remember driving, I was like, wow, I can't believe she just let me take a car. I think that might have been the first time I met you, honestly.
I don't recall this incident, but this sounds pretty consistent with something that I would do.
This wasn't a different Soo Park. No, the black Prius.
Yeah, this sounds...
I drove it far, too. It was like a 45-minute drive.
Yeah, nothing about this is surprising. I'm like, that sounds about right.
Yeah, anyway, no.
Well, it's also like, what are you going to do? Like, you're going to come back. Like, why wouldn't I?
Yeah, but the thing is, dude, a lot of people don't really think like that. I don't want to like quantify it or anything, but there's plenty of people that would have just been like, if I were asking how to get to X location, there's a segment of the population that would have been like, dude, I don't know, or like,
look it up on Google Maps.
Exactly. And there's a segment, which true. There's a segment of the population who'd be like, oh, dude, you do this, this, and this. Hey, take my Metro card, Or there's levels of generosity or, I don't know, compassion or interest. And I know I'm taking a small anecdote and amplifying it to a broader point, but that kind of stuff resonates with me. And then there's a segment of the population like, dude, it's going to take you an hour and a half.
Like, why even bother?
Switchy train, just take my car.
Oh.
There's that segment of the population, and that kind of stuff really resonates with me. I would think the same, honestly, it was little things like that when I used to go visit Lucas, too. Like, I remember one time where I would go visit Lucas. I went to visit Lucas, and I had to go back on the train, and like there's no choice there. It's just me and Lucas. I have to take the train back up to Chicago suburbs, and that's like 2.5 hours that whole trip. And I broke my headphones, and I remember I was leaving the apartment. I was like, oh shit, I broke my headphones. Oh well. And then Lucas runs to his room. He's like, no, dude, take my headphones. Like just little stuff like that, And it's like, to me, it was a big deal. Those are like iPhone headphones. Back in the day, the corded iPhone headphones, these things are expensive. They're like $30-$40. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, just take them. I have another pair. I was like, dude, thank you. So little things like that. When things like that happen to me, I'm like, these are people I need to keep in my life. So anyway, I just rambled a lot about your life story.
No, it's good though. This is fun because I haven't really thought about any of that in several years, honestly. I haven't even thought about law school in a few years. It feels like. I mean, you heard me. Like, I can't even remember what happened 4 days ago. How am I supposed to know what happened? What year did I graduate from law school? 2014. It's not that long ago, but it just feels like just ages and ages ago.
Yeah, you've. We'll talk about separate chapters. We'll get into. I want to get back to like the chronology of your life story, but like. You're an entirely separate chapter of life now as a new mother. It's totally different universe of existence. Before we get into that, so tell me, what was your childhood like in Korea? What do you remember about your childhood in Korea? So tell us like who did you grow up with? Tell us just quick like overview of your family structure, nuclear family structure.
So I grew up with. In a house with a mom and a dad, and I have a younger brother who is about 3 years younger than I am. Seoul is a pretty small city. It's like a small big city where my extended family all lived in Seoul, so both sets of grandparents who are all very present in my life. My mom is the oldest of 3, and both her siblings and their families were all in Korea. My dad has one younger brother. He was the only one who wasn't super present when I was growing up because he lived in Australia with his family. But growing up, I mean, we all kind of lived close to each other. So even though it's not like we lived in a multi-generational home or anything, like we only live with just, you know, like our immediate family, but like every weekend I would see either set of grandparents, if not both. Yeah, like I grew up in a situation where we were very in tune with our extended family.
Could you put a rough number on like how many family members you were in contact with on a regular basis?
Yeah, it's not a ton because here's the
grandparents,
thing,
aunts,
though.
uncles, cousins type deal.
Yeah, the thing though is that we all come from a very small family. At least by the time that it was my parents' generation. So I think like my grandparents' generation, like they were like, you know, 10 kids or however many kids people were having those days. But by the time that my parents' generation came about in my family, like my mom is just one of 3 and my dad's just one of 2. Each of those sets of like aunt or uncle, like they each only had 2 kids. So I mean, I only have 6 first cousins, and I am the oldest of all of them. The next closest one in age is actually my own brother. Okay. So it was like me, and then my brother. Who is 3 years younger. That's
already a big gap for a kid.
Right.
3 is kind of like the transition.
Right. Like I mean.
So it wasn't like any of these cousins, brothers were like peers.
No, I didn't have any peer cousins. The next one in age is my cousin who grew up in Australia. So I never really saw her that much. And the one after that is like we're moving into the 90s. Like kids were born in the 90s. And it's like, well, at that point, like what am I?
You're more of an aunt.
Yeah, I mean, I was more of like not like the babysitter per se, but like I was the one who was like stuck at the kids' table for way too long. You know what I mean?
Like what the hell?
Yeah, it's just like, me and like literal children. And here I am, like this is zero fun for me, but I can't join the adult because I'm like the next generation. So I was like the super old kid at the kids' table, like totally bored and like I don't want to. This is no fun for me, you know. So like even though we had a bunch of contact, you know, it's not like there were a ton of family around all the time because we were all such independently small families. And I guess the other thing that I neglected to mention is that my dad worked a lot when I was growing up. My parents are really young. So my mom had me when she was 24. Okay. And my dad is 4 years older, so he was only 28.
24. I mean, that's pretty standard practice where I come from. Right. It's a little old.
I mean, in the 80s in Korea, I think that was fairly standard-ish, too. Yeah. What was maybe not as standard was that my mom was in grad school at the time. Okay. And then she actually dropped out of grad school. When she got pregnant.
What was she studying, do you remember?
Art.
Art.
She was like a visual arts major in college, and then she went to grad school to like continue, like get her master's or whatever in visual arts with the eventual goal of being like, you know, working in the gallery scene, basically. Gotcha. Okay. Like that would have been like the pipe dream, I guess. Right. But when she got pregnant with me, she dropped out of school. and became a full-time mom.
Uh-huh.
And this is like the crazy part when I think about it. Like she was 23, 24 at the time. When I think about what I was doing at 23.
You were TFA right at the time?
Oh yeah, that's true. But like I felt so lost, and I mean I still felt like a overgrown child.
Yeah.
I mean I still have moments when I feel like that, and I'm 34 now.
Yeah, I was thinking that when I was asking the question about being 12. Like I think back to myself being 12, and I'm like, yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
I was the same guy, you know, in algebra class.
Yeah.
Like it feels, it's the same thing we're talking about with your mother-in-law, right? It does feel like 20 years ago, but it also feels like yesterday. Like I feel like that same kid. Like, damn, I want to get the hell out of this desk. I don't know what to listen to this teacher right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, 24 is young advocate.
Yeah. So my mom became a full-time, like stay-at-home mom, and my dad, at the time, had transitioned. He was like an adjunct professor in econ.
Mm-hmm.
And he like really loved doing it. That was like in his 20s, and then
You said at the time transitioned. What did that mean?
so he was
At the time your mom was pregnant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think around that time, he had he more or less got pulled into the family business.
Gotcha.
So he gave up like the career in academia, and then transitioned into like the family business role. So I think that like there were like multiple, I guess, career and whatever changes. And while my mom became a full-time at home, my dad like dove into the family business and was very much this stereotypical like working Asian man, like leave the house at 5, 6 in the morning, come home at like 1 or 2 in the morning,
Jeez.
like every day. You know?
And what was the family business and what was his role?
The family business was in textiles.
Okay.
And like the details of that is like a little hazy for me because I was so little, and it's not like they were cluing me in.
Yeah, you're stuck at the kids' table.
Yeah, like in all the business, and it was very much like that is like adult business.
Right.
And I don't honestly know like at what level he started. But eventually he like kind of climbed up,
Right.
but like he didn't start out as like
President of the company.
right, exactly.
He probably also did start off on like the assembly line.
He was probably not like, you know, on the male staff, you know, or like whatever. They probably did not have a male, but like whatever is like
Right.
the
Entry level.
Korean equivalent of like, you know, exactly like some kind of an assembly line stuff.
Stitching together like blue
Right.
jeans.
Like it was not that.
Seamstress.
Yeah. Like he probably started out as like some kind of a leadership role of some sort, just
Right.
not like all the way up.
Right. But then eventually he's in the like captain seat? Or whatever equivalent? Okay.
Eventually by the time that I was, I guess like in elementary school. But this is like the other weird part, is it's so foreign for me to talk about it like this, because it's like when I think about how old my parents were at all these stages in life, like in my memory, like they were like super
Right.
old and like super advanced, so it makes sense that like they would have been in these positions and they would have like accomplished these things. And then I actually think about how old they were and contextualize it in terms of like my life now and what like life is like for my peers.
Yeah.
And it's like they were children when all
Totally.
of these things happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they're basically like my age now.
Yeah.
In a way, like because we moved when I was 12.
Your mom was
My mom is
36.
24 years older than I
Same.
am. Yeah, so like that's like me picking up my life in 2 years and like moving to a different country, like away from all my family and like not being able to see them.
Yeah. So tell as much as you want about that. It wasn't like that, from what I understand, the transition or the move to the U.S. wasn't some like long-term plan that was slowly being executed. It was a little abrupt, right?
Well, it's yes and no. I think it was abrupt in the sense that it happened a lot earlier than anticipated, and it didn't happen under the circumstances that was planned. But no, in the sense that it wasn't like a completely foreign idea, like the concept of immigration. So, like, to back up, I think the concept of immigration itself was like something that, I don't want to say it was like in vogue, but something that a lot of like kind of high society Koreans thought about. It's like weird to describe my family as high society, but you know, we were like very upper middle class, upper class in living in Korea, and that was kind of like the eventual goal for a lot of like the boomer generation, that like eventually they want to send their kids to some kind of school in the States. And if that is the eventual goal, wouldn't it be better if the family is able to do it, to go earlier, like in high school or something, so like the kids have time to acclimate and like become Americanized or whatever, so that the transition into college isn't like this abrupt thing. So the concept of immigration had kind of been in the background.
And you were aware of that as a kid?
A little bit.
Or were you at least aware of like do you remember having a concept in like elementary, middle school of going to college and then that college being in the United States?
Yes.
Okay.
So not really the former, as in like did I have a concept of immigration, but the latter, where I had an idea that it was within the realm of possibilities that
you're going to
like,
go to college.
I was going to go to Harvard,
right?
You know, or like whatever.
You remember thinking about that as a kid in Korea, like what Harvard was?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But to kind of go back, the concept of immigration was there, but the timing was abrupt, as you described, because it came at the time that my dad's family business collapsed, and then it like there was, you know, basically took us into not like financial ruin because we are still well off and like we're fine, but a point where like he kind of lost everything that he had built,
right?
Like his entirety of his life, more or less, and then got to a point where it was going to be really difficult for him to have a level of like financial independence to kind of start over, because Korean society is very small, and also when your capital is all gone, more or less, and if your credit is ruined, like, well, how do you restart?
Exactly. Yeah.
And
to a different country,
right? And like, if my dad's financial status becomes that way, like there was nobody else.
Right.
It's not like my mom all of a sudden was gonna like pick up the torch and run with it, you know. It's not like I was gonna do that or my brother was gonna do that. Like it was at a point where like his financial freeze in a way meant our entire family's financial freeze.
Right.
So it's like, why like we need a fresh start.
Yeah.
And we were already kind of thinking about this, so let's just get out of here.
Right.
And just, you know, jump in. And, you know, it's weird to think about because I didn't really understand all that at the time. And there are parts of it that I still don't understand, because I think there are parts of the story that I still don't fully know from my parents. Because it's also like a part of very painful personal history for them. And for better or worse, my curiosity isn't great enough for me to poke it.
I understand completely.
You know, maybe eventually I'll like get there, or maybe eventually they'll get to a point where they're gonna want to share. But like I know enough of kind of how that went down to know that like I'm not gonna touch that.
Dig.
Right, exactly. Dig any more than like I
pick the scab
exactly off. Like it's not worth it for me. Like I don't. Yeah, exactly what I said. Like my curiosity, it doesn't outweigh my concern for what that would make them feel. Right. You know. Yeah. So. Yeah, that's kind of a lot of background, I guess, for how we ended up here. And you know, as I said, like I didn't really realize all of this that was going on, which I think was good, and I think that was part of my parents' goal, because I was still like a kid. My brother was like for sure a kid, and when we first came to the U.S., it was very much like, ooh, fun, you know, and like we had been to the U.S. before, like just on vacation and like traveling.
And do you remember liking it?
Yeah, I mean, we went to like Hawaii, right? So like, why
like Disneyland?
Like why wouldn't you like, you know, spending 2 weeks in Hawaii, like as someone who grew up in Korea, like was like super cool. Yeah. Or like going to San Francisco and like seeing
the sights.
Right. Like that's what I remember. That was my memory of
going to the U.S.
Exactly. So when we moved, it's like, oh wait, we're just gonna stay here. Like this is where we live now. Like oh cool. Like that sounds fun. Yeah. And
so do you think your dad and mom did a good job of kind of shielding the distress that they were feeling, as that was the impetus for the move? Or do you remember like kind of a period of major upheaval and stress prior to your move?
The former. I think they did a really good job. I think it probably destroyed them mentally. Like it was probably really hard for them. Yeah. And I mean, there were things that were noticeable where, like, I mean, my brother and I grew up in like a huge house in Korea with like, we had like a chauffeur. We had a housekeeper who lived with us like for as long as I can remember. Right. And then we like moved into a 2-bedroom house, like 1 or 2 bedroom house, where we were like sharing rooms. Right. We had like no furniture, and I was like, okay, this is like kind of like camping, I guess. But like, so I could tell
what
that
the fuck
like
happened?
Right, like I can tell that something obviously was different. Right. But it wasn't like, oh god, like, well, our lives are ruined. Okay. You know, or anything like that. Right. I think my parents did a good job not letting it get to a point where the kids were worried about our well-being. Right. You know.
And where did y'all move to when you moved here?
When we first moved, my dad still does have an aunt who actually lives in like Torrance or something now, but at the time
Torrance is LA area.
Yeah. Okay. Like literally like 10 minutes from here. Okay. Not from our house, but from here it's like 10 minutes.
We're in Long Beach at the moment.
Yes. But at the time, in the late 90s, when my family moved, I think it was 98, oh, that's an answer. It was 98, so I must have been 12 going on 13.
Yeah. I was in 5th grade, you were in 7th grade.
Yeah. So my dad's aunt at the time lived in the East Bay,
Okay.
but like kind of on the north side, kind of close to Napa.
Uh-huh.
And we moved into their house.
Okay.
At the time, she was living with her now deceased husband,
Uh-huh.
and they still do have 3 kids who are, I guess, my dad's first cousins, but they're considerably younger than my dad.
Okay.
So I think one of them was still living at home,
Okay.
like was maybe like college-y age.
Okay. But they weren't living in that house. They just had this extra house.
No, we like moved into their house.
Was
Like,
there anyone in it?
No, like with them. We
Oh
moved
shit.
in with
Okay.
them.
I thought you were saying she lived with a husband separately.
No,
They
no,
lived
no,
in
no.
that house.
They lived in that
Okay.
house with her husband and their son. I think the two older kids had moved out because they were, whatever, like
Right.
older. But their son still lived there with them because he was
Right.
like college age.
Right.
So we moved into their house, into like their spare bedroom, basically.
All 4 of you.
All 4 of us.
I mean, so that had to be something.
Yeah, but like,
Because you were used to coming to the U.S. and going on vacation in Hawaii and San Francisco, and I imagine when you're going on vacation in Hawaii and San Francisco, you are staying in a nice hotel, right?
right.
So were you not thinking, like, why aren't we staying in a nice hotel? Or
Yeah, but at the time, though, you
was
think
still
of like,
exciting.
oh wait, we have family. Like,
Right.
obviously, just stay with your family.
Right,
Like,
right,
that
right.
made sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
Like until we figure out where to go.
Right.
And then we, I don't remember how many months we stayed there.
Wow,
We
so it was
stayed
months that you were all in the same bedroom together.
Yeah, we
Wow, that's
stayed there
crazy.
for like months, and then eventually we rented maybe like a 2-bedroom apartment
Okay.
that was like in that neighborhood.
Okay.
And at the time, it's not like we were going to school or anything.
Oh, you
Just
weren't?
trying to-
Just
Mhm.
chilling?
So we moved in December.
Uh-huh.
Korean school year is not summer to summer; it's winter to winter.
Okay.
So
You just finished the school year.
I just finished the school year.
You were on summer
right. It's like basically I'm on winter break. The new year starts in February.
Uh-huh.
So it wasn't weird to me because it's not
Right.
like I ever go to school December through
Right.
late December through February.
Uh-huh.
And we were trying to figure out where we were actually going to land, what grade I was going to go
Yeah.
into.
So your parents are probably just trying to get things together by August, so you guys can be settled for the start of the new school year.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's right. Because we were also trying to figure out. So I'm a December baby. So in Korea, I was like the youngest kid in school because
Gotcha.
the school year starts in
So-
February.
Okay.
But in the U.S., because of the school year difference, I think my parents were also wondering, like, do we hold her back a year?
Right.
Or just put her in whatever grade she should be in.
Right.
But also
so
there
you're
was
12
no...
to 13. You just turned 12. Or you're about to turn 13. You're birthed in
think-
December, right?
Yeah. I must have just turned... Maybe it was 97 that we moved.
So either you're going to start...
It must have been 97 because I graduated middle school in 2000. And middle school was 6 through 8.
Right. So you're
So
starting...
it must have been 97 actually
Okay.
that we moved. And I
Okay.
would have my birthday's on the 13th, so I would have just turned 12
Right.
and then moved.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you're
Right?
going to start 7th
11,
grade.
12.
Yep.
That makes sense actually.
That's
and-
such a crazy time to move.
I know. And then there was no real rush because in Korea I had already finished through 6th grade.
Right. So you had 6 months.
So I
basically.
had 6 months. And actually, we didn't wait until the beginning of the next school year. I started, because I remember starting in 6th grade in middle school, but probably I only was
Did
in school for a
couple.
few weeks.
So your parents were just like, let's just get her a
something.
little bit of 6th grade, get a little exposure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, like we ended up renting a little like condo-esque apartment thing for a few months, and then we moved away from this like Napa enclave into more East Bay to an area called Danville, and that's where I started going to school.
Okay.
And I started in 6th grade. Yeah.
And you just finished up 6th grade year, then had summer break,
Mm-hmm.
and then started 7th grade for real.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. What do you remember about the comparison between schools? You did no school in the Napa area.
No, I never went to
Okay.
school there. Yeah, no, I never went to school there.
Do you
so
remember
it was
your first day of school?
I don't really. I do recall that they gave me like not a mentor. I don't remember what they would have called it.
Yeah.
But there was one other Korean person in the entire school. So I should back up. When we were moving, trying to figure out where to land, my parents had 2 goals. One was to go where there was a good school district.
Okay.
And 2 was to move in to a white neighborhood.
Okay.
Because they wanted, obviously the school thing is kind of obvious.
Right.
But
I think they're both kind of obvious.
Yeah, but the second, especially because they wanted us to become as Americanized as possible, as quickly as possible.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I know, right? So, like, they didn't want to go somewhere, because Northern California has a ton of Asian communities.
Yes. If you
so,
wanted
like,
to, you could have made it pretty smooth, like, seamless transition.
Totally.
Dude, I remember the first time I ever went to San Francisco, I remember walking through Koreatown and just, like, stumbling on, not Koreatown, Chinatown,
Yeah.
stumbling onto Chinatown in San Francisco. And I've been to Chinatown
Like, you
in
don't
a
need
bunch
to
of different
speak
cities.
English.
And I was like, oh my God.
Where am I?
I literally just entered a foreign country. Like I said, I started off at one of our friends' apartments and just started wandering through the city. And all of a sudden I was like, holy S,
Like,
what just happened? So yeah, you definitely could have like essentially been in like Little Seoul if you wanted to.
Like there, and I think at the time my parents even considered moving to LA.
Right.
You know, where, I mean, I think LA has like the largest Korean population, probably outside of, outside of Korea.
Yeah, probably.
But it was really important for them, for us to be in like a middle class white neighborhood.
Right.
So that's how we landed in this area called Danville, which, by the way, apparently is now very Asian. We were like ahead of the curve. We were the trendsetters. But at the time when we moved, I haven't been there in years. But
Like, oh, you guys hear the Parks moved to Danville?
but like, my parents went back a few years ago, and they're just like, there are Asians everywhere. Like there are no
everywhere.
white families. It's the
That's
schools.
hilarious.
The schools bring all the Asians.
Yeah, okay, that's what it was then. Danville was known for good schools.
Yeah,
Okay.
good schools.
And then just gets better and better once all the Asians move in.
Get the scores up.
All the white kids are getting kicked out because they can't cut it.
But yeah, so we moved. Yeah, we started. We moved to Danville, to this like very white neighborhood. So when I went to school, like I remember they paired me with the only other Korean person in the school. And like this person was like first generation, maybe even second generation. Like didn't even really speak Korean and was probably just like,
right.
How do I help you? Like
Right.
I don't speak Korean. You don't really speak English. I guess we're both Korean, but like
That almost makes it. I mean,
like in hindsight, now I think about it, I'm just like, oh god, like that's like a very ignorant like white person thing to do.
Yeah, I've mixed-
to be like, oh, here's like a Korean person. you seem like you would be the perfect fit to guide this Korean person, even though you're American and don't speak
You've assimilated very nicely.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, now when I think about it, it's just like, oh god, like that's very like
It's fun.
microaggression-y and like it's kind of cringy. But
More than micro.
that's just straight up.
I'm not the, you know me, I'm not that microaggression type. But I do have mixed feelings, man. I find it funny. Like, I do a lot of things that are
They're just like, oh, you're Korean.
But I appreciate it. On one hand, I'm like, oh, that's nice of the school. Like, they were making an
they
effort
were
to help this person transition. I could totally see that if the roles were reversed, right? If I moved to Mexico as a 12-year-old and I went to a Mexican school and there's one of the white kid at the school, the Mexican school would be like, hey, help Alex out, And that
like, I don't even speak English. I only speak Spanish.
So it's I appreciate it. It's nice, but at the same time, yeah, it's like, oh man, you could just give her any student.
Yeah.
To help her out. It doesn't have to be the Korean one.
But
go ahead.
But I do remember that I guess I do remember my first day. I remember meeting this girl. I don't remember her name anymore. But
you spoke English though, right? No?
No, I was like in ESL in 6th
Oh, so you weren't going to bilingual schools in Seoul?
No.
Oh, I just assumed you were.
No,
all the immigrants I know that come from, families with money in foreign countries all have went to bilingual school. Wow, that didn't
even exist. I mean, we had foreign language high schools, but we didn't have bilingual kindergarten. I mean, now they do, but like, I think this is also surprising to a lot of people, but Korea in the 80s and the 90s is not the Korea that people know now.
Right,
like,
yeah.
The Korean War happened in 1950s. Like, it's like it's so crazy. But literally by the time that I was born, like the war had just happened like 30 years ago. Or, like, you know what I mean?
30
like
years. It's not a long time.
It's not a long time
at all.
And think about like post-war era in any country. Yeah. Like that's what like the 50s and the 60s were like in Korea.
Right.
And like the 70s and like 80s, like there was also
barely rebuilding stuff.
Yeah, there was also like a military dictator for a while.
Yep.
And then like a series of other like militant presidents.
Not to mention like this looming doom to the north, where it's like this like constant existential threat to your existence.
Right. So like,
which I guess maybe helps your development. I don't know.
All the Samsungs and like the LGs and like the glitz of Seoul that people think about now.
K-pop.
Like that's K-pop. Like that was not Korea in the 80s. Nobody was learning English in a bilingual school, you know. Like I was fortunate enough where my family was well off and I did get English lessons.
Gotcha.
But like a private tutor.
Right, that's not
and that was like, I want to say maybe 2nd grade through 5th grade. Right. I had that. But it's like,
what are you going like to a few times a week for an hour or something?
Not even a few times. I think it was just once a week, maybe twice a week. And what we would do is I don't even know how like people found out about these people, but there was a Korean woman who lived on the American military base because she had married an American who was stationed on the base.
Gotcha.
And like had kids and whatever, and she taught English to Korean children.
Gotcha.
So once a week, or maybe twice a week.
She's not even a native English speaker.
No, once a week, or maybe twice a week, I would go on to the American military base in Korea to this person's house.
That is shocking that they got that. There's no way you could do that now. Some wife of a military person is running a business off a military base and they're just going to let Korean civilians onto the base. Like, there's no way that would happen now.
I mean, the American bases, I don't really know what it's like now.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's not like a military.
I understand. Right. It's not like in Afghanistan where there's like armed guards and German shepherds and
not
checkpoints.
That. I mean, we did have those, but like it's not like the feel of it. It's like it's in the middle of like a regular neighborhood.
Right.
Like one of my uncles like still lives in that neighborhood. It's like a really nice neighborhood.
Right.
And I don't really know what like the actual rules are around like civilian entry.
I just can't imagine.
But I do know that like we went there. That's where we went for our English lessons.
Yeah.
It's onto the military base.
Yeah. I just can't imagine post September 11th that stuff happens.
Yeah, that's true.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Dude,
but anyway, I did not go to a bilingual school.
Dude, it's
I went
remarkable,
to this lady's house.
Because I'm learning that, since I moved here in December, like I said, when I first moved here in December, I just assumed that you had lived here pretty much your entire life. Like there really was no Korea time. That's why you are the way you are. And the most remarkable thing is your English. Like, I know a ton of immigrants, and they speak perfect English, but there's always an accent, a little bit of an accent. You have not only do you speak better English than me, you have zero accent.
Please, you're showing your ignorance right now.
That's awesome. But dude, when you're 12, that's insane. That's when I started learning Spanish.
I know, that was a contentious part because I really wanted to do a second language class because that's what everybody does it. But I couldn't because my elective had to be ESL.
ESL, right, yeah.
Which was
the
also
government holding you back, Sue. That's the government holding you down.
The ESL class was also just me and one Iranian kid.
Oh yeah, you're in Danville. I'm thinking you and a bunch of like Latino immigrants.
No, it was one other kid, and his family had just moved from Iran.
It was just the two of you.
It was just the two of us.
Maybe that was probably great.
And like says something about our education system. Our ESL teacher wasn't a native English speaker. She was also an Iranian. I don't know why, like, Danville maybe just had, like, a small pocket of Iranian population.
It's probably the school thing again. I think, Iran's a similar country where they have a ton of high-level professionals that are kind of being...
Yeah, but, like, I was taught English in an ESL class by a woman whose first language wasn't English. But then again, I mean, I taught hundreds of American children English.
That's the other remarkable part of the story.
So,
it's 10 years after.
Not even.
With 12, you moved here at 12, and you're 22 and you graduated.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, 22.
10 years later, you're the one teaching the kids. 10 years later, you TFA after you graduate college. It's insane. It truly is a remarkable story.
What's remarkable is how unremarkable the American education system is.
Well, I mean, work for you. That's the whole thing, right? It
worked for me because I lived in a white neighborhood that was upper middle class.
And let's be clear. And you had more than anything, in my opinion, is you have parents that highly prioritized you getting a good education. Yeah. To me, that's number one above all else. You can have, if your education is mediocre, which generally speaking, American public education, mediocre, right? But it doesn't, if you have high level parents or parents that are placing an extreme priority on education, it doesn't matter. Yeah. That's my greatest frustration with being a teacher, and ultimately why I'm not. The number one thing is the parents. Like, you can get something out of this. Certainly it's better to go to some $50,000 a year private school, right? But you can still get, a high level education from standard public school, American public school X, if your parents are like on top of you, making you do extra stuff, making sure you're completing all your assignments, in communication with the teachers, have a relationship with the school, but you just have to give an S about your child's education. Yeah, we also had a... keep saying S. I keep not cursing during this interview because I'm used to being in judgment mode. Give an S.
We did also have a tutor.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Your parents are supplementing what they probably recognize as like, oh, I thought this was the good school district.
Yeah, but I mean, even with the good school district, the ESL class
that's what I'm saying,
is not going to cut it.
Yeah.
Like, if I want to catch up. Because at this point, basically, I had 2 years to catch up. Because by high school, like, you kind of have to be within a competitive state from 9th grade.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, she has 2 years to kind of catch up somehow, and like,
and I bet you actually
like,
there were
be able to do homework without help.
Yeah.
Like, I remember I would get, one of those like worksheets or for homework.
Yeah.
And something that would take other kids 20 minutes.
Uh-huh.
It would take me like 3 hours to do it because I would be looking up. Yeah, I would look. My dad and I would be looking up every single word in a dictionary, and like this is like in the late 90s, right? Like, we're looking things up in like
a dictionary, in the
paper English Korean dictionary. Like, it's not like you just go to Google Translate and you type something. It's like, no, we're hand flipping through pages of the dictionary, every single word,
entire paragraphs.
Yeah. And then basically, we would translate the whole thing. I would then write my response in Korean and then do it in reverse.
Oh, wow.
Look up every single word into English and then translate it.
Right.
So, doing a worksheet would literally take hours.
Yeah.
And somehow, in 2 years, I have to be in, a competitive...
Right.
Whatever. So...
And I bet you there are kids you were going to school with that were already getting... I know we started getting high school credit in 7th grade. There were classes I was taking in 7th grade that were counting on my high school transcript, which is also going to determine what college you go to. And
it's kind of crazy.
You hit it. Yeah, you hit the ground running immediately.
Right.
But that's good for you ultimately. I meet Latinos in Latin America who speak perfect English but live in super poor neighborhoods, and I'm like, what happened here? And oh yeah, when I was a kid, I used to just sit in front of the TV and watch MTV all day and take notes on what I was hearing and then go and translate the lyrics to all the songs. You taught yourself English by watching MTV, fluent English as a 10-year-old? And it's good for you ultimately, especially when you have a developing brain, Yeah. Pretty, once again, I keep saying remarkable, but it's crazy.
But we did have some extra help, and Mrs. Todd, I wonder what she's doing and where she is, and talk about a positive influence in formidable years, I guess. She was our tutor, our meaning
you and your brother.
Yeah, exactly. And she used to come to our house once or twice a week for the entire duration that we lived in Danville. We lived there for 2 years and some change. And I think about it now, and speaking of remarkable, is that she's a black woman who came into this, I'm pretty sure she and her family were probably the only black people in that neighborhood, because I don't remember our school having any not even black kids, just non-white children.
So this is probably one of the first black people you ever had a relationship. This first black person you had a relationship with.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, black people hang out in Korea, I imagine.
No.
Do you ever remember seeing a black person in Korea?
Probably, but all related to military.
Right, gotcha. Yeah.
It's not you see non-military foreigners or non-Korean person, really.
Right.
I think now you do,
mm-hmm.
but back in the 90s, I think you kind of assume that if there is a non-Korean person walking around, it's probably somebody who's affiliated with the military.
Yeah.
But yeah, she...
Where'd your parents find her?
Sure, I have no idea. But she's for sure the first black person I ever had a relationship with.
Do you think that was intentional by your parents?
No.
No? they sound like they're very conscious of cultivating your, and obviously did an awesome job of cultivating your transition, your assimilation to American culture.
Yeah, no,
that would be like a master stroke. Like, we're bringing in all aspects of like American diversity into our children's lives.
I mean, that would really be truly remarkable. But no, I don't think that was like part of the grand plan.
Right.
I think it was totally coincidence and a very lucky one. Not like lucky that she was Black, but because she was such a wonderful person that like I still remember her very fondly.
Was she your favorite teacher, including the ones who are like your actual teachers?
Yeah, I would say so. Like if I mean, I guess we are doing an interview now. Like if you ask me like who made the most lasting impression as like an educator in my middle school year, like it would for sure be her. That's like it's like by far.
So would she come over and just basically like help y'all with the homework, be the dictionary, or was she doing like separate English lessons?
I don't really remember. I think it was a mix of both. I think she helped us kind of get through get through the homework. Also give us kind of not like life lessons, but like explain cultural differences, you know, and like explain why somebody may say one thing, or you know, like how do you interpret like body language, you know what I mean, like just like very like cultural knowledge as well. I just have this image of like you and your dad, like you do your homework with your dad by your side, and he's got this big dictionary out in front of him, and he's like exasperatingly flipping through the pages, like I gotta get someone else to do this. Probably.
Like, I gotta bring somebody
like, I
in.
can't do this. Yeah. But yeah, I think it was a lot, and also what you can't overlook is that I was like a preteen or teen. Like think about like 12, 13, 14-year-old girls. Like they're terrible humans. So I was also like going through my phase, you know.
Going through puberty as you're transitioning to America.
Yeah, this lady really just probably saw me at my worst. But was just like the most like caring, nurturing human, you know. But I was probably a total dick.
I can imagine not that bad. So you were Dan before how many years old? 2?
2. So I went to school 7th and 8th grade, and like a little tiny bit of 6th grade.
And your brother's like 4th and 5th? Oh, so that's a perfect time. Oh, anyway, tell us about you leaving, but if it was for school, that's a perfect time, right?
Yeah, because we had both finished. You know.
Brothers transitioning to middle, you're transitioning to high.
Exactly. So my 8th grade, we're like looking at this point, like we're doing, you know, we may even be living like month to month or maybe a year lease.
Yeah, what was your dad doing to make money?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know?
I don't know. I think we were probably
was he out? Do you remember him being out working?
Not really. I think we were probably running on our reserves.
Oh, okay.
At this point.
But you're in public school.
We're in public school.
Okay, so now we pay for school.
Yeah, we were in public school. I mean, we were paying for the tutor, but we're in public school.
But you haven't paid rent now. You're in a separate house.
We're in a separate house, and I do remember we moved, like, basically every year. So even though we were in Danville, like by the time that we leave Danville, since coming to the U.S., we've lived in like 5 or 6 different houses. Like seriously.
Holy shit. Do you remember? Were you happy? What was your emotional state at the time? Do you remember? Was it chaotic? Do you remember like, oh, this is great? I'm in America. Like, what do you remember?
No, I don't really remember it being chaotic. Actually, I've said this to other people, but people have like very negative memories of a lot of people have very negative memories of middle school. And I don't. And I think part of it is like, who knows, maybe there were a bunch of kids who were just like, oh my god, like, look at that girl, like, her clothes are funny, like, she doesn't even understand what we're saying. Like, maybe they were making fun of me, and I just had no idea. So like, I had good friends.
So you're making friends, even the first year.
Yeah.
Cool.
Who were like super open, like super patient, and like very authentic, like truly just kind friends. So like maybe there were people who were like cruel, but I have zero recollection of it, and I would actually be surprised if there were. So I actually have very fond memories of middle school. But yeah, so we stayed there 2 years, and in my 8th grade year, I took one of those like standardized tests for applying to private schools, and somehow I did decently enough where I got into this school in San Diego, and that was partially intentional because my parents wanted to stay in California or like on the West Coast. Didn't want me to go to a boarding school, so they like researched private schools that are like non-boarding in California, in like a white neighborhood, and all of that. And the school that I went to for high school
turned down all of those high-level private schools.
It checked all the boxes. It's also like very well regarded.
So how does that work? You take the entrance to private high school test, and then you send them off to the schools you want to apply to?
It's
just like college?
It's like the SAT. Okay. So like, I had to fill out an application. I'm pretty sure there was an interview at one point.
Wow.
Too.
Was that the plan always? Your parents were like, start off in middle school, but high school is going to be private?
I think
or was that like their experience with the Danville public schools, like, we need to upgrade?
No, I don't think it was that, because the Danville public school system is
awesome,
quite good. And we had, we were at a point where, so there were 2 good high schools, like both of which were really good, but one of them was like slightly better. And I think the decision was, do we just stay here and like have her go to, like, move to, a few blocks like west or whatever to be in that school's neighborhood, or do we just pick up again and go to a smaller setting? And I don't quite know what the rationale was between like public and private school, because obviously, like, if they were really concerned about the public thing, like, they would have just stuck me in a private school from the beginning. But they didn't. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if it was that, like, by high school it like really counts, so it's better if you are going to like a smaller school.
And also,
like, class sizes matter, like in
any public high school, as a parent, I mean, you run the risk. I mean, I guess you're gonna get exposed regardless as a high schooler to a lot of stuff. But the chances of you limiting, I don't know, something going wrong are, a lot better if you're at a private school. Any public high school, it doesn't matter if it's a good public high school, drugs are going to be there, sex is going to be there, parties are going to be there. So I don't know, maybe you're just ensuring that you're having a higher quality of peer group.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You should talk to your parents about it.
Yeah, but that was the decision. I don't remember how many different schools I applied to. And it really may have been that, like, okay, here are like 2 or 3 schools that are really good. If you don't get into one of those private schools, then let's just stay here and go to this good public school.
Right.
Like, I don't think it was they were so set on sending me to a private school that they would have sent me to any kind of private school over this good public school. I think it was like, okay, like here is like a selection, and if we get in there, great. If not, then like this school is great.
This is just like the college application process.
Yeah.
Just shoot for my, these are my tier 1 schools. If not, I'll go to state school at home.
Right. But somehow I got in, and then we moved. So it was.
That's crazy. So your parents are just like, this is what I'm talking about in terms of parents valuing education. Like, we're willing. This is the number 1 priority in our existence on Earth.
Yeah.
It's not our job. It's not like the location of our family. It's not being around other family. The number 1 priority is having the best school possible for our daughter.
But you also have to think about it in context, right? It's, yes, that is true that they prioritize education, but they also didn't have regular jobs. We didn't have family. We had already left all that shit behind. So it's like, literally at this point, that's the only thing that my parents care about, because it's like, we have already given up
everything,
our entire lives. Yeah. None of our friends are here. None of our family members are here.
The job is gone.
The job is gone. Literally, all we have are our 2 kids. So what can we do for our 2 kids? So, yes, it was a priority, but also like,
it wasn't a long list.
Exactly. Like, it's not like they had a bunch of other priorities that they had to like forego basically in order to make this happen.
There's no opportunity cost.
No. I mean, it was like, okay, well, that really is the most important, because it's kind of the only thing that is that we could still like hang on to.
Totally.
Totally. So,
so off to San Diego, and not to mention, I mean, shit, not a bad option.
I know.
San Diego is the greatest place ever.
I know. It was a really wonderful place to grow up. It was a very wonderful place to grow up.
And you grew up what part of San Diego? Because we recently talked about that. Seems like last week, but when we were down at your parents' house in Carlsbad, that was like 2 months ago.
Oh my god, was it really?
Almost.
Yeah, we were not.
We were there in August. You guys went. No, it was y'all. Sorry, this is not relevant for the audience, but y'all went down. Just to give you context. Y'all went down. I went up to Montana for Karashi.
When was that? Oh my god, beginning of the school year, huh?
First
oh my god.
week. That was second week in August.
And we left a little before that.
Second week in August. So y'all left at the end of the first week of August. It's about to be November.
Oh my god, what?
I know. It seems like we were at your parents' house a week ago.
It could have, but you know what though? Like, it could have been a week ago, but it also could have been like 6 months ago.
Yeah, everything is all in there. Anyway,
everything has warped.
So what? So your parents currently live in Carlsbad, but that's not where you went to school and grew up.
No, we lived in an area called Del Mar, which is like a very pleasant, lovely beach town in a way. My school still is in La Jolla, which is like the epitome of a pleasant, lovely, glitzy beach town. Like, people from like all over the world to go to La Jolla.
Was it a religious school?
It was Episcopalian affiliated. So it was religious in the sense. It did make a difference though, because it was religious in the sense that we had to take a year and a half of religion classes.
Okay. So
as a graduation. Yeah, 3 semesters. We all had to take Old Testament, New Testament, and then a religious elective.
That's cool, man. I honestly wish I had taken that.
But like, the elective wasn't like Catholicism,
right?
Or like,
don't have sex.
It wasn't like sin,
right?
Like
Sin 101.
Yeah, right. It wasn't anything like that. Like,
sit down and shut up.
Right. Like, the elective that I took was world religions, gotcha. And like the paper that I wrote was like about Jainism or something like that. And we did
atheism.
I mean, but you could.
Right.
Like, I'm pretty sure that my Old Testament teacher was an atheist.
Right.
And because we learned...
So your teachers weren't like a bunch of nuns?
No, we like learned
teachers.
Old Testament as like a text.
Okay, right, exactly.
And it was like we analyzed the Old Testament to see like, is this factually plausible? It's like, obviously not. Like, people are like 700 years old. Like, no, this is not. Like, nobody like took a rib and then like created a human. Like, no,
was that the vibe of the class? Was the vibe of the class kind of like, I'm not a religious guy at all, but was it kind of like snarky of these silly religious people?
A little bit.
Okay.
Like, the vibe was not like,
let's all pray.
God created this
right. earth
and, you know, like, you are...
Were the religious kids in the class that were like, hey...
No, not really. I mean, maybe there were, but like it wasn't. It was more of like an open conversation about religion.
It's like
it
a
was
college
not
level
like,
class, basically.
It was like not dogmatic in a way.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like someone kind of forcing religion down your throat,
right.
or even like the kids expressing that kind of putting that kind of an imposition on others.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a very free form condo.
Gotcha.
And we had weekly chapel, but like chapel wasn't really chapel. Like, we went to chapel, but like we would have like guest speakers, and it would be like someone from Baha'i. No, it would be like literally like a Baha'i person who would come in and like talk about Baha'i, whatever, and like...
I wish you guys could see Soo right now doing like a Baha'i dance. One week, like, we'll have chapel outdoors, and it'll be blessing of the animals. Right.
And like, people will bring in their pets from home, and like the chaplain would bless the animals. Like, that was our chapel.
Bless your goldfish.
Like, and like, we would have like mindfulness day where we all like sat on the quad and like meditated. Like, it was not like religion. You know what I mean?
It sounds like the La Jolla Episcopalian private school like very quickly got with the time, probably founded in like 1910, and very quickly got with the times and realized like, this is not a sustainable business model. We need to start converting chapel to like San Diego chapel.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was obviously not... I mean, there were the school probably had like a majority of kids who maybe identify as Christian, but that's just like U.S. statistics. It's not like we also had like
just like the majority of my peer group.
Like we had a bunch of Jewish kids, and like and think about it. It's like people. Like, I'm pretty sure there was a kid who's like, dad was a rabbi. Like, think about it. Like, no, if you're like super religious, that is non-Christian or Episcopalian, you wouldn't send your kid to like a super Christian school.
Right.
Like, it was that kind of a school where like
it was an academic institution,
yes,
high level academic institution. Yep. Yeah, but I think there's still colleges today like that, right? That are like Georgetown. Right? Georgetown's a Jesuit university.
BC.
Yeah. Were your parents religious at all growing up? Was there any religion in your upbringing?
Yes.
Because I remember going to your parents' house when we were back to being there a couple months ago, and there are like, I don't remember exactly, but I remember seeing religious things throughout the house, like a little painting or like a little plaque thing, and there's Bibles, and I remember thinking like, oh, I didn't know Soo's parents were religious.
So... I think the individuals within my family have complicated relationships with religion.
Okay.
When we were living in Korea, I was brought up Buddhist.
Oh, really?
So, and like my grandparents' generation, like they all like went to temple, and I grew up.
Is that common? Well, Korean society as you remember it, or even today? Well, I didn't even know, I guess...
Today, it's probably majority Christian.
Okay.
I don't know what the breakdown was. It was probably more even.
When you were a kid?
When I was a kid.
And back then and today, is it like fervent?
What do you mean?
Like, are the morals of religion a part of broader society? Like, is it frowned upon, sex before marriage, drinking alcohol, dancing, going clubbing? I don't know. Like, how much of society is influenced by religion? Because, like, even American society today, I think America, global compared to other developed nations, is a religious nation. But I wouldn't say, but when you analyze American society more broadly, having sex before marriage isn't a big deal. Drinking isn't a big deal. Partying isn't a big deal. Certainly there's a Christian undertone to some American society, but it doesn't, like, infiltrate society, I don't think. So I'm wondering, in Korea, is it a conservative culture because of religion, or is it kind of a pretty open, modern society? I know that's different between your childhood and now, but what do you remember today?
I don't know the actual answer to this question.
Okay.
Because one, Korea has changed a lot.
Yeah.
And I haven't really kept up
right.
with, like, all the social, political, religious changes.
Right.
So I would just be guessing.
Right.
And two, whatever I do base my guesses on are also based on, like, a child's observation,
right.
a little bit. But
you don't remember moving to the US and be like, these motherfuckers are wild?
No.
Okay.
But I think my perspective, based on, like, my limited understanding, is that the social conservatism in Korea, as it exists, may coexist with certain religious conservatism, but they don't sit on top of each other like it does in the States.
Okay.
Like, in the States, regardless of what Americans like to believe about separation of church and state, it doesn't exist. Like, it is very much a predominantly a Christian country, whether people like to admit it or not. Like, that is very much, like, fundamental to how Americans act and behave. And that seems to have a certain political voice and an affiliation.
Totally.
I would say what I understand of Korean politics is that it's a lot more region-based than it is like based on, like, religious dogma or anything like that. So like, say that there's, like, a presidential race, it would be less about, like, the focus would be less about, like, this person's Catholic, versus this person's Jewish or whatever.
More about where they
versus
come
from. Like this person comes from, like, this region, or this person comes from that region, and, like, I can't really speak for the other countries, but to me, one of, like, the biggest issues with American politics and, like, social movements is how much religion kind of plays a role. And I think maybe it's kind of hard for people to separate that out because that's how things have always been here. But, like, that's not necessarily the norm.
Right.
Like, it's like, what do you call that? Like, it's not a causation, but not a coincidence, but correlation.
Yeah.
Like that social conservatism and religious conservatism align. I don't think it's necessarily that religious conservatism causes social conservatism in Korea, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, that's a beautiful answer to the question. That's essentially exactly what I was asking you.
Yeah.
But here it does.
But here it feels very much like a causation.
Oh, yeah.
Like, think about, like, everything, all these conversations about, abortion, for example. I know it's a controversial topic, which really shouldn't be controversial because it's about a woman's choice, but somehow...
But not if you believe in, heaven and hell and Adam and Eve, and it's not about a woman's choice, it's about following God.
Well, I mean, it's certainly about prioritizing that over a woman's choice or a woman's free will. Yeah. Like, they talk about, like, free will, just not a woman's free will.
Right. Well, God's will is more important.
Right. Or, like, this unborn fetus's free will, exactly. Or, like, whatever. Like, that's more important than a woman's free will.
Yeah.
Like, something like that.
That kind of stuff wouldn't...
Like, that
There's
feels
a separation.
Like, that feels like a very causation thing, though, right?
Totally.
Like, it's like, oh, because of religion, like, I now... like, it is...
Oh, it's absolutely...
Like, it is, like, a consequential thing. Like, therefore, that's murder, or, like, whatever. Like, that just feels so... Like, you can't separate the two.
No, absolutely not. But
not that it's a one-to-one relationship. Obviously, like, there are a bunch of other... like, people who are not religious,
right?
They're like, who may not be like cool with whatever.
I think
who are religious, who do support, who are like pro-choice. Like,
right.
Obviously there's gonna be like commingling of some sort, but generally speaking, it feels like very much a like.
So in Korea, if there were a debate over abortion, for instance, like Scripture wouldn't be involved in the conversation.
I don't know. I actually have no idea what the abortion laws are in Korea.
Well, regardless of what they are, it would be... Well, I don't know. It'd be hard.
I could see it being one of the reasons, but I don't
God's
think that...
will?
Yeah, I don't... Or like...
God's desires?
Maybe not so much God's desires per se, but like...
Such a... What? God's desires? Is he like chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream? What are God's desires?
Or like,
what is God?
Or it's more like the pro-life discussion. A lot of it depends on like what your idea of conception,
right?
Like conception and life.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much of that idea of like life begins at conception, like how much of that is like a purely Christian idea versus just like, is it possible to have that view just outside of religion? I mean, I'm sure
I do. That's how I look at abortion. Not to get us down the abortion topic, this is about you, but that's honestly, I actually just talked about this on my last podcast. Yeah. I look at life as essentially beginning at conception. That's certainly not a religious thing. It's a scientific thing. Oh, sperm, egg, they meet and unite and become a new thing. Oh, well, that's obviously when life begins, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean that you can't kill that life. If you want to end that life, cool. That's your choice. Like, you get pregnant tonight, and 3 months from now, there's a life inside of you, and you decide, nah, not now, or not for me. Cool. That's your decision. So, I don't know. I feel like I kind of straddle this line of like, I do think of a fertilized egg as a life. It's going to become a human, but that doesn't mean you're not allowed to make it's your life to decide about. In my opinion. So
like that perspective, like, is in my view like a version, not like social conservatism per se, but that's like a non-religiously affiliated thing, idea that you have, or that a lot of other people have, that like influence a thing. So I don't know, like
but that
Korean
idea
culture,
that I have is undoubtedly influenced
from like
by religious messaging.
Maybe.
That the concept that I have that life does begin at conception is influenced by the fact that I grew up in a Christian nation. Now, I don't identify with any Christianity, and my view of when life begins is not because like that's what God says. It's just my own conception. But my conception is influenced by the fact that I was raised in a Christian nation in the South, I'm sure.
But what I don't know is how that translates in like a Korean culture.
Right.
Like I don't know what percentage of people would believe that. Well, I don't know what percentage of people with that belief would necessarily be pro-life over pro-choice,
Right.
because obviously here's an example of someone who believes that yet is pro-choice.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, so like I don't know. I know like this is like an abortion rabbit hole here, but to back us out, I guess.
Get us out of here.
Right. Well, it's like my short answer is like I can't imagine it being that religion plays as integral of a role in Korean political structure as it does in the United States. But I can't really speak to the degree of which the degree of the role it would
Right.
play. But I do think that it is a fact that between the time that I was growing up, it felt like it was maybe even majority Buddhist, and certainly a split between Buddhist and Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I think over time has transitioned into more of a Christian majority country.
Gotcha.
So I don't know what that also does
Right.
to like social movements and political movements.
Right. And back to my original question,
Yeah.
which is how we got down the
Yeah.
abortion rabbit hole.
Was what religion did I grow up with?
Yeah. No, but this is why I like interviewing what I consider high-level humans, is because you can ask a simple question. Like a low-level human would have been like, yeah, my parents were Baptist. And then that would be the end of the... Like, okay, next question.
No, we can back us out. So I was brought up Buddhist, but when we moved to the States, it's not like we were going to continue to go to temple.
Right.
And one interesting thing, and I don't know whether
sorry to interject, were you going to temple as a kid in Korea? Like, do you remember, was it that part of your life? Like, you guys are going to church or temple or whatever it was, you were attending religious service regularly?
Not like on a weekly basis or anything like that, but for certain days.
Okay.
Kind of like, like those, not like the Christians who, like the Easter Christmas Christians, where you go to church twice a year. Like more often than that. But like if there was... Like,
somewhere between an Easter Christmas Christian and like a Christian.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Somewhere that level of...
Gotcha.
Devoutness.
Yes.
Is that a word? Devoutness? Devotion?
You tell
Devotion?
me. Miss Todd, where you at now?
Is devotion the noun form of... I guess it must be.
Devout.
Devout. Oh, that doesn't seem...
I think it is.
Maybe. It doesn't seem quite...
I went to States Corps. I didn't go.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
You Chicago.
But whatever. It's not a word that I use on a regular basis. Devout. Yeah, devout is not like a part of my regular vocabulary.
So you moved here, and there's no temple to go to, really.
Right, and I mean there are, but
Right.
they're very few.
Right.
And
your parents were intentionally trying to assimilate you. Essentially, it sounds like, right?
And I think also part of it is like we were Buddhist because my grandparents' generation
Right.
were Buddhist, so that was like something that my parents.
Right.
Yeah, but like my parents weren't like particularly like, oh,
Right.
we like must, like we really are 100% into Buddhism or
You
whatever.
didn't have like some kind of like shrine in your family.
But the thing that I was going to say was that an interesting thing that I don't know whether this is unique to Korean immigrants, but church is like a thing.
Korean here.
In the States, like Korean church is a thing.
I see them everywhere, no matter where I've lived. Atlanta, Phoenix, LA, DC, they're everywhere. Korean churches everywhere.
It's not just religious, but also it's like your gateway into the Korean community in that neighborhood.
Got you.
Like if you want to meet other Koreans in wherever it is that you're living, like you go to church.
Right.
Because that's how you get connected to everyone.
Gotcha.
So it has like a social aspect to it on top of the religious aspect.
Right.
But a lot of times, like the Korean churches are like very evangelical in feel.
Okay.
Like they're very like
some sort of charismatic leader,
Baptist, Methodist type.
Gotcha.
And like very much like praise God.
Gotcha.
You know, kind of a thing. But there's also like a good fraction of people who go just for the social aspect.
For the hang.
I mean, kind of, because like they don't really know anyone. Like they are of older generation where they're not kind of like they're not in school to make a bunch of friends. They miss Korea. They miss having like contact with people where they can just like speak Korean and like not be stressed. So for a lot of people, like that also becomes like a social outlet.
Is that what happened with your?
So we started going to church, but
in Danville or San Diego?
Both.
Oh, you started in Danville.
But we. It sounds weird. We by nature are not really particularly religious people. Like, I don't know if that's like learned behavior over time. It must be because nobody's like born religious.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but like
it's hard for highly intelligent people to maintain religious conviction because you see the man behind the curtain, and I don't know, like what there's a magical man in the sky or not, but it's hard to have a brain that's functioning on a high level and not ask a lot of questions at the very least.
Yeah. And also, like I think there's this thing that my family we just call it church drama, where anytime that you are in a small community that is like very personally close, like there will be drama.
Yeah.
And I think my parents enjoyed the social aspect of it, like being able to meet other people and like making new friends. But then the deeper we got into it, like not only was like the religious message, we're just like, oh, okay, like the Bible is cool, like Jesus sounds like a cool dude, like
we'll take this as kind of the fee at the door to be part of this club.
Yeah, and like like there are definitely lessons that I can take from this, and I think those are important lessons just in life. But the deeper they got into it, it was harder to kind of escape the church drama, and they really did not like that because they were just like, why are we doing this? Like this is just, it's a lot of pettiness. Like we went there looking for like a sense of community, and it's like family reunions where like you enjoy people's companies, but like inevitably there's gonna be like some weird fight.
Well, and also
and
you're
then
dealing
like
with
you're just like, oh god, like
you're dealing with a specific. And I know you said that for a lot of people it was a social thing, but you're also dealing with a religious crowd. So some arguments that are involving religion are entirely intractable. You're not going to come to like some sort of resolution if you're believing in dictates of some 2,000-year-old book. Those arguments are not going to be solved. And then the other thing is, I wanted to mention this. I feel like we kind of glossed over it, but to me it's just part of really my interest in your life story is that your parents were Korean adults when they moved to the United States, and like they weren't an ESL program.
No.
They didn't have Miss Todd.
No.
They were going to school. They were just Korean adults who now had to transition. Their transition is actually a lot harder than y'all's.
So much harder.
Because they
like had lives and friends and family. Like I at least had my family. They didn't. I mean, they had their kids, but like I don't want to say lost their family, but they kind of did.
Yeah.
I mean, still, like, it's not that, like, I'm super close to my brother and I see him all the time, but that's not the same as, like, like, if I really wanted to see my brother, I could,
he
like,
lives
call
an hour
him.
away.
Yeah, like, I could call him right now and be like, hey, like, you want to hang?
Yeah.
And have a barbecue on Saturday. I'll be like, maybe. Your
brother's like, yeah, not really.
But like we could, but like they don't have that option, right? Like, and I can't imagine. I mentioned this. That's like me in 2 years, leaving behind like everything, and just me, Lucas, and JoJo moving to
France,
a different country. Yeah, where we don't speak the language, where we don't know anyone,
and just like, damn, my only job is to make sure JoJo learns French and learns how to learns French culture, and then me and Lucas will just tread water.
Except what my parents did is like even worse, because we are English speakers and a lot of the world speak English, so we could like go to France or like wherever and probably still survive.
Right, it's impossible.
It's not like they could just survive anywhere speaking Korean.
A language that's isolated on a tiny island.
Yeah,
it's only spoken
peninsula,
on a tiny
but.
My bad. Okay, so that's what
we're like never gonna make it through my life. We're still
we're there. This is about the standard pace.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we're up to it. Always too. Childhood is much more detailed. It's not sad, but it's an interesting reflection. Doing these interviews has taught me a lot, and it's interesting. Usually, when it's like people spend about 2 hours on like their childhood, and then you get to like adulthood, graduating college, and it's like you can wrap everything up in about 15 minutes.
Really?
It's like, yeah, well, then I graduated college, became a lawyer, and here we are. And it's like that's kind of for a lot of people.
Huh.
It's
interesting.
Yeah, and you've had your childhood is obviously constant growth.
Yeah.
It's constantly influencing who you are. You've had all of these years to reflect on it. It involves dynamics of parents and friends and boyfriends and, becoming of age. And then you become an adult, and it's just kind of like, that's typically how the interviews go.
I just keep my head down and keep going.
Keep grinding, yeah.
But I think the thing that really resonates with me of what you just said is that we've had a lot of time to reflect on it. And I think that is very true.
Yep.
Because a lot of the observations that I've noticed that I've been making is kind of not just a revisit, but like a reanalysis.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm looking at it from a completely different perspective. Hello, my baby.
With a sweaty girl.
Why are you so sweaty?
JoJo.
JoJo,
Pause for a second. I need to pee anyway. JoJo's up. Yeah. No más. No toca. No más toca. Go see Daddy, JoJo.
She doesn't. She wants like a croissant experience, not like a layer.
Here, JoJo.
Dada's really into these layers. JoJo, no toca.
That's not how it was designed to be eaten. You're supposed to eat multiple layers at
More
once.
where that came from, JoJo. You don't see me when you're ready.
Nobody wants to eat a sheet.
JoJo does. It's like her quesadilla.
JoJo, what do you think?
Yummy.
Do you prefer the multi-layer experience? Do you understand that that's how
No
supposed to
toca.
work?
No toca. Puzzle. You can touch that puzzle all you want. Alright, Mom, let's try this with JoJo here. So take us back to your
What were we talking about?
religion.
Oh, religion.
So your parents...
so church drama.
Yes,
That's
your
why-
parents were getting sick of church drama in the U.S.
So, like every few years, they tried to go to church again, and then they like form good relationships and whatever. And by the time that church drama starts, they kind of make their exit.
Okay.
They're just like, oh.
Did they move on to another church after that?
No, they usually like kind of are
Take a
like, okay,
breather.
we need to not
Yeah.
go to church for a little bit.
Too much church.
Like it's a little much. But I think in the process, especially for my mom, has found like a little comfort in scripture.
Yep.
So I think they've kind of realized by now that like organized religion is not really for them because it's just a lot. But I think my mom now has a certain appreciation for the Christian faith, and thinks that there are lessons from the Bible that she thinks are just good life lessons that she and she gets something out of reading the Bible. So instead of going to church, she does like kind of read Bible on her own, maybe like listen to some like sermons or something like that. But
she doesn't bring anybody else in. No Bible study.
She does not bring anyone else in. She kind of stays away from like the organized mess, which is kind of it's honestly pretty similar to how I view religion. Like I think having personal faith is a good thing if it is something that helps you get through your day.
I literally just said almost those words verbatim on the last podcast.
Yeah.
Too. It's crazy.
But I do have kind of an issue with organized religion and religious beliefs that try to control other people's beliefs. And that's really, and usually because that tends to pervade the religious discussions, I tend to be pretty turned off from religion personally. And also, at the base of it all, like I don't have personal faith in God. Like for some people, like for my mom, like it helps her, so I'm happy for her that she has that. Because if she's having like a really hard time with something and she doesn't, and she feels like there is some place that she could turn to that brings her some peace, and if she gets that peace from like listening to somebody talk about Jesus, then it's literally hurting no one and it's helping her. So there's like a net positive. So like who am I to say don't do that?
Right.
But my mom's not going around being like, have you heard this man talk about religion? Or like, you know what Jesus would do? Like she's never doing anything like that.
Right.
She's very much like self-contained in like what she believes, and she doesn't impose her views on anyone else. And she knows where I stand on like faith and religion, and she respects my views just as I respect hers. And I think that's and I just think that's, if everyone had that perspective, we wouldn't be having any of these.
We'd probably live in a utopia.
Yeah, but you know my views about like my ideal world and utopia and everything.
No,
I
but
mean, they like literally cannot exist, but like, you know, it's.
We don't need to go down the whole religious rabbit hole, but yeah.
We have a lot of rabbit hole possibilities.
Yeah, we do. And we're almost 2 hours in. Has she ever tried to, in any way, like, hey, Sue, you have a minute to like talk about your faith, or nothing?
Never.
And so even this analysis that you just delineated about what her relationship with religion, that's you observing her behavior.
Yeah, and her describing.
Okay, so she does talk to you about it a little, like personally.
Her personal thing. Or I've asked her, like, why do you still bother with that? Like, you don't go to church anymore. You think church drama is kind of BS. Like, why do you still read this thing? And she explained it to me.
Gotcha.
She, and that what I just described is what she explained to me. That it brings her a little peace.
Yep.
I said, oh, well, I'm glad that you have that.
That's awesome. I wish a lot more people had something like that they could hold on to in their lives. Right. But your dad then is like, I'm good.
Yeah, I think so.
He's not thumbing through the Bible in difficult
moments. I mean, he might be, but like, I think my mom has a deeper faith.
Right.
Than anything that he may have. But he's also like a pretty private guy when it comes to that stuff. So
Right.
like, who knows?
Right.
But the point being, he's not the one imposing his views on anyone else either.
Right.
Like, whatever may be his relationship with religion and God, like, he kind of keeps it to himself,
Gotcha.
you know? And that's not, like, it's not just that. It's not just that they don't impose the religion onto other people. I think the second part that maybe I'm not stressing is that they don't let religion dictate certain certain social decisions. It's not like my parents are like, I have personal faith in God, so therefore I don't think gay people should get married.
Exactly.
You know, like, they keep those things like
Right.
pretty separate.
Exactly.
And, you know, actually believe in human rights.
Right.
So,
Right. It's like what I was saying about the abortion thing.
yeah. But, like, I think that's an important thing to mention, because I think if we only had one of those things, it wouldn't work.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if they didn't have the second thing, it would affect my life.
Totally.
And also my relationship
Totally.
with them. You know, even if they weren't saying you have to go to church. If they said, well, you know what I believe, I
Yeah.
think because of the Bible, like, I don't think a bunch of people have, you know, basic human rights, I would
Be an issue.
that would be a big issue, you know?
Make Thanksgiving a little more tense.
Right. Right.
When was the last time you remember them going to church and like bringing you and your brother to church? Were y'all doing that in high school in San Diego? When was the last time you were in a Korean church?
More than a decade ago. I don't know.
Were you going within your regularity in high school? Okay.
I do think I went to at least one service when I was living in San Diego.
In high school?
I think so.
Okay. But I
But
mean,
it
that's
certainly
enough.
did not make enough of an impression on me because I can't even recall.
Right, so it wasn't a big part of your high school life, or teenage life. Okay, cool. What was your high school experience like? What do you remember? Well, not what do you remember about. I mean, you have a clear memory of it. What was high school like for you?
High school?
Yeah.
I don't know. High school was fun. I mean, there was a lot of school, but I mean, I actually really like school.
Mhm.
Like, I love school.
I
I
so
think
too.
school is like
Yeah.
the greatest. It's like you just have
Your job is to learn.
your
I mean,
job is to learn.
You don't have that perspective as a
and
child, but
hang out.
and hang out, right?
Like,
Learn and make
like,
friends.
literally, all you have to do is like go sit, learn a bunch of stuff, and then you just hang out with your friends all day.
Yeah.
School's out by 2:15 or whatever. You literally have all day to just like hang out.
Yeah.
You're driving. I mean, I started driving at 15 and a half.
Uh-huh.
Like,
Well, independently, that you do that in San Diego?
yeah, you have your permit. You can't drive other people until you're 16. But I got my learner's permit at 15 or 15.
And you only need 6 months and you can drive by yourself?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, so 15 and a half, we're like driving around. And I don't know, like high school was a ton of fun. I mean, same with college, same with law school. Like anytime there's schooling, like I think it's like the greatest gift. I don't have any more. Ask Dada.
It's lost on the young though, right? Like you don't have that perspective. At least I certainly didn't as a kid. That's like, oh, my only job is to learn about the world
You don't get to have
and
my
make
own.
friends. Like, that's
I don't
so
know.
cool.
I kind of love school as a student too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I don't think most people
Yeah.
have that perspective as a kid.
No, you don't get to have my rings. Stop giving her just single layers.
So when you were going to in high school, you're thinking. Oh well, first question is social. By the time you made it to high school, you now had 2 years of assimilation.
Yeah. Yes.
And so, did you feel like in high school when you started this high school, you're like, I'm good. Like I feel like I'm part of the culture now. I'm excited about high school. Do you remember feeling like comfortable? This is my life. This is my home. This is my path.
Yeah,
Or do
but
you still-
still, it's like I don't think I ever felt not that.
Right. Okay.
I think even when I like could hardly speak English, I didn't really feel that out of place.
Got you.
You know, I was like, yeah, whatever.
We'll figure it out.
Like, I don't really quite understand everything that you just said, but I will give you some kind of an answer.
Right.
It may be not what you asked me, but
Right.
here's my answer.
Right.
I don't know, I think I always kind of had like not a YOLO perspective, but like...
I can see little 13-year-old recently immigrated Korean immigrant Sue just being like, YOLO, guys.
But you know what I mean? Like, I never really felt out of place.
Gotcha. I understand exactly what you mean. And I remember Lucas has described to me one-on-one, and then also I've been part of a conversation of Lucas describing to other people, like, you and Lucas meeting in college. And like
Wait,
his
you mean
first...
law school?
In law school, and like his first impressions of you, and his first impressions of you were kind of like, ugh.
Oh god, like this girl.
Like this girl's too much.
Like I
extra.
hate girls like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like kind of the way he described it, who you were in law school is that you were kind of like you were at the kind of the top of the social order and played a prominent role within the law school society, right?
That makes it sound very silly.
But so how quickly do you feel like you rose to that position within your peer group? How quickly do you feel like you were like a social leader, a popular kid?
So in high school, like I wasn't like the popular kid.
Right.
But it was also
But you did. I imagine you didn't have trouble making friends.
no,
Okay.
like I had no enemies.
Right.
And I didn't have anyone that I didn't feel comfortable talking to.
Right.
But I wasn't like
You didn't feel like you were the
But
big
I wasn't
man.
gonna be like the prom queen.
Right.
But I was like the person who was like running for student government
Yeah, exactly.
and like whatever.
Yeah.
And that was always kind of true, just from the beginning.
Right.
I think I feel like I'm saying this phrase a bunch, but for better or worse, like I have kind of an overpowering personality, and nothing was gonna keep that down.
Right. Do you remember being conscious of that as a high schooler? Like being conscious of your personality, comfortable with your personality, confident with your personality? Or did that kind of awareness and consciousness of who you were as an individual come later in life?
I don't know, I'm pretty loud. And that's like, you can't unsee that.
Right.
Like I have always had kind of an understanding that I have a dominant personality. And
So that was always the case.
yeah, I think that was actually always the case. Like even as a kid.
Kid, yeah.
Yeah, like that's just always been my personality.
Right. Going in.
But yeah,
Sorry.
like I wasn't like the prom queen or like the popular kid, but it was a small school. Like we had like 110 kids.
Right.
And as far as I know, like everyone kind of liked each other.
Probably.
And we all like got along. I still have very good friends from high school. With like my relationships have kind of shifted. Like the ones that I was the closest to while in high school aren't like my best friends from high school now. There's
Right.
like some
Okay.
overlap, but although I've recently reconnected with like some of the ones that I was like super close with in high school. But yeah, I mean, high school was fun. I mean, I was my main group of friends in high school were like we were like the smart kids. We were like the ones who took all the AP classes together. And yeah, like it was, I would describe it as like nothing super extraordinary, but like it was just like high school. Like I was a good kid. Like I didn't have any, like
Discipline issues.
right. Like it wasn't like, I mean there were parties, but I wasn't the one going and like getting drunk and whatever. Like I didn't drink in high school. Like I was like fairly straight-laced in that way. Like I genuinely liked school, wanted to do well. I was also like pretty politically active also in high school. Like I had this one, still do have this friend, Anna, and she and I used to like go to peace rallies on UCSD campus.
Oh, in high school?
In high school with all these like college kids. And we would go to like political meetups with like all these adults. We were like 16-year-olds going. Basically, it would be like, you know, if a 16-year-old who like couldn't even vote went to like the Biden-Harris campaign now and said,
were you like,
what do you need help
canvassing
with?
for Gore or something?
No, we went to a few meetups for, oh my God, remember Howard Dean?
Yeah.
We went to
He was a Democrat?
Yeah.
Oh, the yeller.
Yeah, but he was like, yeah, the one, everyone remembers him as like the guy who was like yelling all the states.
I remember him as the guy that like just at the end of the speech just kind of lost it and went, yeah! And that kind of like changed his campaign. It was like, who's this crazy guy?
Yeah, but at the time he was like the progressive voice.
Right, he was hot at the time.
You know, and like he was like not the AOC of our generation, but like he was like the progressive ticket at the time. But that's, yeah, we used to go to like political meetups.
That's so
for this
funny.
guy. Just like with all these like retirees probably. And in high school, my parents started working, and they started flipping restaurants. And in the process, they also worked in the restaurant because that's, you know, like to make...
Build it up, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Flipping restaurants. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, kind of like flipping houses. Like they would just get kind of a crappy restaurant, like build it up and then sell it.
Wow.
And they did like a few of those. But it also meant that like they were working a bunch now.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, like in my high school years. Both my parents were working. And like I remember spending a ton of time at my parents' like restaurant, like helping out sometimes.
Were they Korean restaurants or just any kind of restaurant?
It was a mix. They had like a very like American breakfast type of a restaurant. They had two of those.
I imagine like a Tex-Mex
not all
place.
at the same time.
Like fiesta time, and your dad's like in the back, like whipping up enchiladas or something.
No, they were never like in the kitchen. They were more like
managing the business aspect of things.
Or like serving.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah.
And they would like hire a chef. They'd like they didn't get a new better chef in there or whatever, and class the joint up a little bit or whatever.
Yeah.
Got you.
And then they had a Japanese restaurant, like a sushi restaurant, and they also had. They did have a Korean restaurant at one point, but that came much later. But yeah, like we had a.
I never knew that. So much I'm learning.
Yeah,
that's
so
cool.
Like, we had a
restaurant flippers.
Yeah, I remember that from high school years to like spending a ton of time there. I mean, I'm sure, I know you're a few years younger than I am, but like we were like the AIM generation.
Oh, that's my generation
so
too. We're the same. We
yeah.
had the same experience.
Yeah, so I just
we had a pre-internet childhood, transitioned into the internet age with AIM and AOL.
Yeah.
It's the same experience.
Yeah, so like most of my high school memories are like
on AM.
Just like hours
on AM.
And hours on AIM.
So crazy.
Like,
why don't we just call them up?
I don't know, but it was also
you could chat
like,
with everybody. Is the thing
we were doing homework at like 1 or 2 in the morning and like just AIMing. You know, it's like
that was cool, man. That was a fun time.
I remember I didn't really sleep much in high school.
Not much has changed.
Well, I slept even less.
Than now?
Yeah.
What?
But that was like by choice. Yeah, I would stay up until 2, 3 in the morning. And in high school, like you get up super early, right? Like school starts early.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So I would be up by 6. But I was totally fine. Like, getting 3-4 hours of sleep was like, oh, I feel super energized. And I had, like, you think I don't really feel that high energy anymore. But, like, I was super high energy, like, bouncing off the walls all the time.
Oh, really?
Just, like, I had so much energy.
Yeah, that's kind of the person Lucas describes to me when we met.
Yeah.
Because Lucas is not that. Not that Lucas doesn't, have energy.
Yeah.
But Lucas is much more of an introverted, reserved person. You wouldn't know. He's definitely not bouncing off the walls.
Like, if you could rewind to, like, my... like... oh, excuse me. Excuse me.
Salud.
Thank you. Honestly, like, obviously COVID has changed a lot of things, but also, like, motherhood has changed a lot of things, and, like, those two things combined happening at the same time. Like, I feel like the last year and a half I've experienced more of a personality change than my...
Mama.
Yes.
Perfect timing.
That's not Mama.
I
That's
wonder
a
where all your
croissant
energy
crust.
went.
It's just like, you see how energetic she is, and she's like always bouncing off the walls a little bit. Like, this is what I was like always.
Right. You've transferred it. That's motherhood, right?
And oh my God, maybe. I keep thinking that I'm gonna get it back. That, like, one day I'm gonna wake up and kind of feel like myself again, but it hasn't happened yet.
Well, like you said, it happened.
COVID also
happened in
doesn't
conjunction
happen.
with COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I definitely, literally, and this is woo-woo stuff, but I believe that I literally get energy, like, this force. God, talk about God. That's what God is to me. To me, what God is the connection of all of us to one another. That's what God is to me. There is a power greater than ourselves. It's the unity of humanity. It's the collective energy force of humanity. That is God. Each of us are a small part of God. That's what I believe. And so, being in COVID, it's like, I'm not with God anymore. I'm godless. I'm in a godless existence. I don't get to be a part of the broader unified energy force of humanity. I am just with my small part of God. And that to me is really energy draining. As soon as I get around other people, it's like,
that's an interesting
it's
way
like your
to
Liz was telling me the other.
describe it.
Yeah, that's how I view reality. That we all have. It's like that life, going back to abortion. I'm going to go back to it, but it's like when the sperm fertilizes the egg. It's like, once again, I don't believe like in religious terms, and I 1000% believe in, more than anything, if there's a guiding God principle of anything, it's that all of us are individuals and should be able to dictate the direction of our lives without virtually any restriction. And so do whatever the hell you want with a conceived egg. But I believe when the egg is conceived, force is generated, right? A little light force is generated. That's a soul, quote unquote soul, for lack of a better word. And that soul, that light force exists within all of us, like this like ball of beaming light exists within all of us, and that's what humanity is. That's what makes us human. But that light force, that soul energy everyone has it. And to truly become like powerful and experience the true godness of existence is tapping in to that energy force that connects Alex to Sue, Sue to Lucas, Lucas to Jojo, to the dudes across the street, to the guy, the gardener. Like, we're all connected. All of our little light balls, our souls, all are connected to one another. And that unified force, that's God, in my opinion. But in COVID, it's like you don't get to tap into that unified energy force very often, or if at all, in quarantine. And so that to me is where I feel the energy draining come from. It's like I don't get to tap back into the God force.
I've never heard it being described in that way. I think for me, the way that I've been kind of understanding it is that like, I am a textbook extrovert. Like, like, if I am in a crowded room, like, I literally light up. And like, I get energy from like personal interactions, and like Lucas and I used to talk about it all the time. Like, say that we go to a party and we come home, the first thing that Luke wants to do is like, oh, like I just want to go to bed. Like I have no energy because I've been spending it like socializing, and I'm like, now what? Like I have so much energy, and like I can't go to sleep now. And then I would be up for like hours when he goes to sleep. Just like, I mean, when we used to live with like Brian and Timmy, they would all go to sleep, and I would clean the entire apartment by myself because I was up, and I'm like, like what do I do with all this energy? You know, so like to me, like I don't. First of all, like I don't believe in God at all, and to me, it's not that like COVID is, you know, by definition harder for extroverts versus introverts, but I think as an extrovert, my personal experience has been like I have no way to recharge. You know, like I don't get energy from like holding up and like relaxing even. Like I honestly, like I don't really enjoy relaxing all that much. I mean, you may have noticed, like I just like if I have like free time, like I'm kind of like like I want to go do something, but I can't.
Yeah,
so
we
I
talked
guess I'll,
about that doing this interview today. You were like looking very tired before we started this interview, and we were putting JoJo down from her nap. And Lucas was like, "Do you want to take a nap?" And then I asked you, "Do you want to take a nap?" And then we both kind of looked at each other like, "That's not actually going to happen, is it?" I'm not just going to take a nap.
And like I feel more energized now because we've been like hanging out and like talking. And for me, what's been really hard about this is not only do I not get an opportunity to recharge, but also that it's really made me question who I am and what I am, because I've been forced to be in like social isolation for so long. And I mean, I've survived, right? And I have kind of shifted my priorities, so I'm spending a lot more time doing work, a lot more time doing solitary tasks, a lot more time avoiding things that I used to enjoy. And now I question like who I am, you know? Like, am I even an extrovert anymore? Has it really been that like maybe I've been an introvert all along and I've been lying to myself that I'm an extrovert? Like, once the world opens back up, am I gonna go back? Yes. Or am I just gonna be this like kind of depressed like person living in isolation, and this is gonna be like my new being from now on, you know? So like that's been like another layer of difficulty for me, because it's really made me question who I am, you know?
Dude, you're echoing. You might as well have just extracted my view of COVID directly out of my brain.
Yeah.
I feel the exact
But I think
same
it's
way.
also because like we're super different, but also kind of like really similar in
Jojo,
some ways.
no toca. Te dije 3 veces, no toca.
Like I think our views are like kind of strangely similar.
Yeah.
You know,
well, I think who we are as human beings at our core is very similar.
Yeah.
And I could not agree with you more of what you
it just makes me
like,
question who am I? Yeah.
It strips so, and this is not, I don't think, and at the end of the day, I don't think it's just you and us are extroverts. Yes, Jojo. Allie's not going to come. You need to go hang with Dad for about 45 more minutes. Yeah. No toca. No toca. Yeah, it's like it takes it strips down everything you thought you were, and it exposes your actual bare essence.
Yes.
There's no construct.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not like the class clown or like the life of the party anymore. I'm not like, for me personally, like I'm not like the bro at the gym. I'm not this romantic partner. I'm nothing. I'm just a being that exists with time every day. And like, what do I do with my time? Yeah, bubble boo boo Jojo. But yeah, it's funny you said this. I have a couple comments on that. Is one, Liz was telling me this the other day because I was talking to her about quarantine when they first got here. Liz, you mentioned earlier, is your mother-in-law, and she was right when they first got in on that a week ago on Friday. You know, we were just sitting down while y'all were finishing up work, just catching up. Hey, how's quarantine been? And I think she's kind of asking me about, like, what about, like, your friends here in LA? Like, have you seen them at all? And I was like, what friends? And she's like, no, like, those people that were at JoJo's birthday party, like, you knew all those people. And I was like, I knew no one there. I knew Sam, the one girl that I invited, I knew Sam, but I knew no one. She's like, oh, you seemed like you were interacting with everyone and knew everyone, and they were kind of like running around talking to everybody. I was like, that's who I am. Like, that's why quarantine is so hard, because, like, that's when I feel like I'm, like, alive. And, you know, it's just strange. Oh, cool, strangers, let's talk to everybody about whatever. You know, and you're the same way. And now none of that is here. But then the other thing I wanted to comment in line with that was, I see it in you when you're on the phone for work, because you and Lucas now work from home as lawyers, right? And we all see each other every day as kind of like whoever, like, we wake up this next day as in quarantine. But I'll catch glimpses of you throughout the day as you're working, especially when you're on the phone with another person. It's like your personality, like, kind of explodes, and I can see this kind of brightness and light to you. You're, like, laughing or talk, even if it's not a joke conversation. But often I feel like I'm walking by y'all's office and you're, like, cracking some joke or laughing on the phone, and I'm like, oh, that's Soo. You know, none of us get to.
It's weird because majority of the time that we've been living together, like, I haven't been that person.
No, me either.
Basically, first of all, you've only seen me in, like, postpartum depression. And second of all, like, for a part of it, it's like postpartum depression plus, like, COVID. So you've, like, never seen me in, like, my normal state of being. And it's so sad because every once in a while I'm like, I swear I used to be kind of fun.
But you get glimpses of it, like last night, dude, we're sitting in the living room here chilling, just like, I don't know, me and you just hanging out, and you're like, we need to have a Halloween party.
Oh my God.
And me of all people, I'm like, all right, dude, if you want to do it, let's fucking do it.
So, by the way, I think we got one out, so we have to revisit that conversation, but that's another thing.
Oh, there's another Halloween party? Oh, anyway, different conversation. Okay. So we were at high school. Entering high school, did you... I guess you did. You talked about being a Korean elementary school student and thinking about, like, I'm going to Harvard. So entering your college, you knew there was a destination at the end of your high school experience. It's like, make really good grades so you can get into the best college possible. Yes. And I imagine you had, like, a high standard of what that college was going to be, or tier of colleges was going to be.
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't heard the phrase "make grades" since I was teaching.
Yeah.
Like, that's like something that my kids used to say.
Yeah.
Like, that phrase "make grades." Like, you're the only...
Make the grade, baby.
That's so funny. Like, that, maybe, I don't know if that's like a southern phrase.
Maybe.
But, like,
make grades? Yeah,
like, most people don't say "make grades."
I say make grades.
Yeah, I know you do, but... I'm just saying, like...
Maybe it is a southern thing, yeah.
That's the last time that I heard people, like, say make grades. Like, like...
What would you say?
Get good grades.
Yeah. Yeah, I would defer to make.
Yeah. But all my kids said make grades.
Yeah.
And I was like, what do you make? What? I don't get... But anyway. But I don't know if that was, like, a New Orleans thing. Maybe it was a southern thing.
Make good grades.
Yeah.
Make good grades. Yeah, that's the term.
But you get good grades.
You don't just get them. Not just hand it to you. You make them happen.
Okay, we have to take a poll. I think maybe it's a regional thing. That's
not just like, oh, an A? Cool, thanks. I didn't know what I was going to get. No, you make it happen.
Okay,
you either made an F or you made an A.
We're going to take a poll.
Anyway, so you knew I must make good grades in order to get into college, and so that's what you were doing.
Yeah, I knew I had to get good grades too.
by the benevolence of some grade giver. The grade giver in the sky must give me the grades. I must get them. Oh God, I hope I get them. I hope it chooses me. No, you
well,
make
I was
it.
chosen. I was like, you know, we've talked about it before about how for us growing up, like, not going to college wasn't really an option. Mm-hmm. Like, we always thought of as, like, obviously you go to college.
Yep.
Like, in my brain, it wasn't just that, like, obviously I'm going to go to college. It was like,
Keep talking.
Oh, obviously, I'm gonna go to like an Ivy League school. Like that was always kind of like in the back of my mind. I think she went upstairs. Maybe.
I think it better.
Oh.
Obviously, I'm going to go to an Ivy League school.
Yeah, like that was more of a thought process.
Right.
So it's not like all of a sudden in high school I decided like, oh, at the end of this road is X school, but more like from the beginning, like obviously I'm gonna end up at X school, or like I better end up at X school.
No. Ali, see. No, Georgia.
And like Chicago, I mean, I'm super happy that's where I ended up, and I like obviously can't imagine going to any other school, but that was not my first choice school.
University of Chicago was not your first choice.
That was like.
Were you applying to like Harvard, Yale, Princeton?
I only applied to Ivy League schools. Like Berkeley was my safety school.
It's a state school. That's disgusting.
No, but you know what I mean. Like, yeah, Berkeley was my safety school.
Right.
I'm gonna sound like a dick on this.
No. Step your game up, people. She's not, you know.
Like, I'm gonna sound like a dick on this podcast, but I mean, I'm just
like
telling you what it
person.
was. Like, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Like, that was my safety school. So,
Were you disappointed when Chicago's where you ended up?
In the beginning, yes.
Okay.
I was like
devastated?
Partially in the beginning. I mean,
Okay.
I kind of like came around to it.
By the time you graduated?
Probably before then.
Okay.
I mean, I think by the time that I made a commitment, I was like, okay, like this is a good school, like it'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I'm still like a little butthurt that I didn't get into Yale.
I mean, I cannot. So it's just degrees, right? What league are you playing in, right? Are you playing in the majors leagues like Soo? Are you playing in like AAA like I was? So for me, I had a similar experience, right? It was everyone wanted to go to University of Georgia. Everyone. That was going to be the coolest social experience. Yeah. It was a good school. I mean, it's obviously not Ivy League, but for a state school,
but you weren't like going to pay for it, you know.
And it's free.
Yeah.
It's totally free.
Yeah.
It's like even this, and I took all APs and stuff. I would have been in class with you, but I would have been, struggling to get by. That's where I was in high school. But I didn't get into that school, and I've gone over the details of that in another podcast. I won't rehash them. I got an academic scholarship to another state school, South Carolina, but I didn't get into the school I wanted to, and I still was going to have to pay a little money to go to South Carolina. So I had a similar experience where I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
I was supposed to go to UGA. You're thinking like, I'm supposed to go to Harvard.
Yeah.
I'm going to Chicago? What is this BS? And I'm like, I'm going to South Carolina, and both perfectly fine schools, but I understand.
Yeah, it was. I applied early to Yale, and I got deferred. And also, like, I think I had too much unnecessary pride in high school. So, like, by comparison, like, when I was applying to law school, I got waitlisted everywhere. And even Chicago, which is where I ended up going back to for law school, I got off the wait list. But most schools I got waitlisted. But in high school, in contrast, I was so proud that any place that waitlisted me or deferred me, I asked to get off the wait list.
Oh.
So who knows? Maybe I would have gotten.
Why?
Who knows? Maybe I would have gotten, because I was like, I don't want to be your fucking second choice. If you don't think.
But there's no downside in the long. You were just proud.
I was that proud.
Pride. Wow,
I was like,
that's crazy.
If you
specifically reached out to.
I specifically like, either there was like a postcard that you could send or you could call. Like, I specifically asked to get off. I said, I don't want to be your second choice. Like, I don't care. Like, if you don't think I'm good enough to make the first cut, like,
right.
Fuck you guys.
How much do you think the Asian thing played into undergrad in law school admission?
I think it played more of a role in undergrad. In law school, like, honestly, like, I really hung out in college, and my grades were,
Right.
like, mediocre.
Right.
Like, above average were mediocre. So, I think my law school admissions were
Wasn't accurate.
mostly based on grades.
Merit.
And merit, yeah. My college admission, I do think my race played a role, but I don't think it was the fact. I don't think it was a race thing alone. I think it was also race plus my immigration status.
Right.
Because at the time that I was applying for colleges, like, I was a total foreign national.
Are you a citizen? I'm just occurring to me right now. I guess you are. You're married.
I am now. I mean, I'm voting, right?
Were you not a citizen until you married Lucas?
No, I was.
Okay.
I became a citizen in my first year of law school.
Okay.
So not until 2012.
Okay. That just occurred to me now.
Yeah. So back in 2004, when I was applying to colleges, or 2003, really, 2004, I was not a U.S. citizen. And not only was I not a U.S. citizen, I wasn't even a permanent resident. So I was like a foreign national. Like, I didn't even have a social security number.
Whoa.
So, like, and my college guidance counselor did kind of explain this to me, and I don't know how much of it is like the truth versus what the because I know what the counselor told me, right? Because it's not like I'm talking to all these colleges myself, but how she explained it to me is, I mean, I clearly had better grades than a bunch of other people who did end up getting in, but
I'm assuming your grades were essentially just like perfect.
no, they weren't perfect, but they were pretty good.
Right.
Like, I was nowhere near like valedictorian, but I was like top 10%.
Right.
But what she explained to me is that because of my immigration and race like situation, I essentially had to go through the application process twice, where a lot of times they kind of compare you to your peers. You know, say that like out of this school we're gonna take like 3 kids. You know, but she said in addition to that, they would also compare me against
The foreign incoming class.
from Korea,
Right.
who had like 1,600
Right.
SATs
Robots.
and whatever, like
Yeah.
crazy grades that I had,
Right.
or that they had.
Right.
Like, my grades were good, but I mean, I didn't get 1,600 on my SATs. I got pretty close, but it wasn't that.
Right.
So if there are a bunch of like, you know, if there are multiple kids who have 1,600s, plus like they were literally the top of their class in like the country, like that's a much better candidate than I
Right.
am. So that's kind of like how she explained it, that like
Gotcha.
my application was reviewed essentially twice. But again, like, I don't know how much of that was her just trying to be comforting,
Yeah.
to be like, you know, because I think they were also surprised at the schools that I didn't get into, because she was the one who was like,
Encouraging you to apply to those
well,
schools.
she didn't even think I should apply to Chicago.
They
I
just-
kind of added it, and I was like, what if, you know, I need like a mid layer. But she just wanted me to basically just do the Ivies in Stanford and whatever, and like the UC schools, and that.
So
was
if you hadn't applied to
enough.
Chicago, you probably would end up at what, Berkeley?
Berkeley probably.
Yeah. Of course.
Or like, I did apply to some other like mid schools like Georgetown, so I could have ended up at Georgetown or Berkeley, probably.
My like smartest friend. I mean, I hung out with everyone pretty much, but like the kid in of my close friends that was like the academic dude. And really within the school more broadly, and we're talking, you know, a class of 1,000 or maybe a little less than that. He was respected as like at the top of our class. He went to Georgetown. Like Georgetown was kind of the pinnacle of my high school graduation. I went to like a really big suburban Atlanta public school. It wasn't like some podunk school by any means. I think maybe we had one kid who went to Brown. But like, yeah, Brown, Georgetown, that would have been, that was the pinnacle of...
I mean, those are great schools.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. They're fantastic schools.
Yeah. But I really thought I was going to go to Yale, so...
Yeah. So you came to terms with by the time you graduated. And
before that, I think by the time that I committed to... I mean, as soon as I was like, fuck you, take me off your wait list, I think I had already been like, whatever, like, you don't want me, I don't want you.
Right.
And I had kind of... I'm, like, still a little bitter about it. Like, conceptually. Like, why didn't I?
Yeah.
But I also know that, like, I couldn't have imagined a better college experience. Okay. So, you know, it's kind of like... what do they call it? It's like the endowment effect. You know, have you heard of that? Endowment effect is like, I think there was like a social experiment where in like the beginning of class, like everybody got either like a pen or a mug, you know, and then like maybe you like, I don't know exactly how like the experiment went, but like the conclusion being like whatever it was that you were assigned or you were given, you ended up putting more value into that object. So you thought like if you were handed a mug, you're just like, oh, a mug is obviously better than a pen or whatever. Right. So I think there's like a little bit of that in play. Like I was given Chicago and I went like wholeheartedly into that experience. And in my mind now, I'm like, obviously Chicago's the best undergrad there is, like in the nation, in the world. Like that is literally the best undergrad institution. You know what I mean? Like, and I like really do kind of believe that. Like I am like I am all in. Like I really just think that it's the best undergrad education that you could get.
I feel the same way about University of Georgia. Not undergrad education, undergrad experience more broadly. So you thoroughly enjoyed your college experience.
Yeah.
What did you think you were going to study going in?
Politics.
Politics? Is that what you ended up graduating in? Political science? What did you end up studying?
I ended up studying poetry.
Did you?
Yeah, I graduated with a degree in comparative literature, focusing on 20th century American poetry.
Whoa, I didn't know that. That does not seem in line with you.
I was super whatever.
So you turned, did a conversion process happen where you left high school as like this rabid, intellectual... It's so crazy to think of a high schooler like that because it's totally not who I was.
Yeah, like the person going
politically
to
active, intellectual, and then you go off to college and you're more like, oh, there's more to life than, you know, studying and marching in the streets. You know, we need to appreciate art. And is that kind of...
No, that's not what happened. No. I do think arts education is important, and that, like, you know.
It's funny too. Your mom studied art, and you studied art.
Well,
essentially,
kind of humanities.
Got you.
So I was convinced that I was gonna, like, honestly, like, I thought I wanted to go into politics, like, become a politician.
When was this?
Like in high school, like applying to colleges,
Yep.
like I'm gonna be like a diplomat or like a senator one day.
That's the image I have.
Yeah, and I went and I started taking poli-sci. Wouldn't that like take a turn? Like that?
I mean, that would be an explanation for how you'd go from rabid political person to like poetry person. Is you had some sort of psychedelic experience, but I'm imagining that's not what happened.
Not at all. I got very disillusioned with politics. Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it, right? Like I got very disillusioned. 2004.
Was that what a big impetus was? The '04 election?
I mean, it's part of it, but I think it's also like reading more into political history, and my kind of feeling like, what's the point? Like, we are just all a cog, you know, in this like political machine, and like I don't feel like, you know, I could really do anything meaningful. And
Are you just like copying the way I feel now? Are you just being a poser? Is this some sort of trolling you're doing right now?
Well, that's not really how I feel anymore.
I know.
But to an 18-year-old Sue who was like, I'm going to be a senator one day, and like learning about the political process and all of that was like kind of an eye-opening thing. And I was like, oh gosh, like, what's the point? Like, everyone is dirty. Like, you don't really make a difference. Like, what's the point?
You don't really believe what you're saying.
Yeah, and I just, like, there is really no other way to put it other than describe it as just disillusionment. And I said, I can't, like, I don't believe in it anymore. So I kind of pivoted. And it's not that I fell into poetry per se, but I just started taking, I was a double major in poli-sci and English. So I started taking English classes and philosophy. And I got super interested in how people communicate and how people express their thoughts. And that first started out as like, so I dropped poli-sci, and then I became an English philosophy double major. And there are like two kind of main divisions within philosophy, one of which is analytic philosophy, which is less about like what you stereotypically think about philosophy classes, like on ethics and morals and like whatever. But analytic philosophy is more about logic and like and you know, stuff like that. And I got also super into there's a branch called philosophy of language, and it's just like kind of exactly what that sounds like, you know, just how people communicate thoughts and like how words, kind of like, you know, like how you use words and like how that impacts, you know. Actually, I learned pretty recently that impact is not a verb. So even though we say, this little fun fact, apparently impact is only a noun, and you're not, like, grammatically speaking, like, using it as a verb is incorrect.
So if you were to say the sentence you just said, whatever you just said, how words impact language? Yeah,
I would say like effect or influence or something like that.
Interesting.
But, yeah, I'm trying to.
Continuing to be the English expert.
No, I'm just
in a household of American white English speakers.
I'm trying to break myself out of that habit.
Of what?
Of saying impact. What? I don't want to sound ignorant.
That's such a quarantine resolution. Like, man, you're really digging to the bottom of the barrel of like self-improvement and reflection. Yeah. Like, God, November, I'm really going to get out of the habit of saying impact.
But I mean, you kind of have to make a conscious effort, though, you know, to like break out of certain habits.
I just wouldn't make that effort at all. I just, accept it for what it is.
No, I'm just... What's life if you're not continuing to evolve, Alex?
You make a great point. Well, I too will.
You're welcome for that life lesson. You know.
Fortunately, your daughter, who's currently in front of your face, she will never grow up using impact as a verb. Jojo, I vow.
Although I didn't mean to look it up, and then I haven't yet, so who knows?
So maybe you're full of shit.
Maybe there's a colloquial use for it that, this partner is not aware of.
So,
But anyway, so
there was a point where, like, I assume you officially undeclared as
Yes.
poli-sci?
yes.
It's probably was that like a watershed?
No, I mean it happened kind of like. Well, so to back up, I think it's kind of crazy that you expect an 18-year-old who has never taken
Insane.
a college class to declare a major and to kind of pick a path
In life.
So
It's
like,
insane.
I switched my majors a bunch of times. Like I didn't end up with the major that I graduated with until my junior year.
Same here.
Because I was just like, I can't decide. Like I don't even know anything
I don't even
about.
know. Yeah.
I know nothing. Like how am I supposed to
It's
declare
crazy.
anything?
It's really like undergrad shouldn't be anything but.
I mean, I
randomness.
think it's crazy. And at least like for me, I had the option. But like my friends who were pre-med, like they had no choice.
crazy,
Like
man.
they literally made a decision when they were like 17 that they wanted to become doctors, and then they
A lot of these
proceeded
kids probably
to.
never had sex before, never had like a real romantic relationship. Like there's so much about life. I mean, even still, in our 30s, there's a lot about life you haven't learned. Like I guess now, as a 32-year-old, really having made a conscious effort to discover myself and introspect over the last 5 years of my life, just now, I kind of feel comfortable declaring a major. As a 32-year-old, I would be like, oh, okay, and I would say like. Finance, like something very, it's so crazy, but like, oh, if I'm going to take 4 years to dedicate towards a path, well, I want to come out of there with a monetizable skill, certainly, and like what is like the biggest aspect of this engine of society? It's money. And like, granted, I wish it wasn't so, but if I'm going to dedicate 4 years to like learning how the world works and coming out the other end like a powerful part of the machine or whatever, finance.
This is like
And I never would have said that
Talk
even
about,
5
like,
yebut years
path dependency and whatnot. Like if I went back now, I would choose the same thing that I ended up with.
Poetry?
But like literature,
Gotcha.
because so kind of the conclusion that I ended up with through, first of all, like, so I got super into like the English and philosophy and the combination thereof. But both those majors had like so many restrictions. Like if you wanted to be an English major, you had to take like one play, one poetry,
Right.
one fiction, one nonfiction,
Right.
2 classes in like pre-1700 literature. 2, you know what? And there were so many restrictions. And at this point, as I'm taking more classes, I'm like finding the things that really interest me. And I'm like, I don't want to have to go take a class in like, 16th, 17th century literature. Like that doesn't interest me, And same with philosophy. Like philosophy also had like a bunch of things. Like you have to take analytic philosophy, you have to take continental philosophy, you have to take, like everybody has to take logic, everybody has to do, whatever. And I was just not quite willing to put up with all the, I didn't want to do all the dirty work that I didn't want to do. And then I came across this like magical major called comparative literature, where like the only like catch was that you had to speak another language because it has to be a comparative literature. And I was like, wait, like I already speak Korean, so I already meet the prereq. So like besides that prereq, how that this major worked was that was like the one of 2 prereqs. One was the language, the second was,
And that counted? You spoke Korean, that counts?
yeah, I mean I had to
You didn't
test.
have to like learn, you didn't
No, I
have
had
to
to
take Korean?
I had to take a test.
Okay.
And it was like I placed into like Korean 401 or whatever, and they were just like, "Oh,
Korean
you don't."
doctorate program.
Like they're just like, "Oh, you don't need to take Korean, unless you want to take Korean 401, like whatever it was like."
Korean linguistics or something.
Yeah, exactly, and like there weren't that many classes in that.
Right. 17th century Korean literature.
Nobody spoke Korean then.
Didn't even exist. Thank you. Good trade, Jojo. Gracias.
So
So you discovered this magical major.
So the magical major was, once I got that prereq out of the way, which I included no work from me, the other prereq was that you had to design your own course.
Ooh.
So you needed to have a primary focus and a secondary focus that were thematic. And you could pick whatever themes that made sense to you,
right.
And as long as you had like an advisor who signed off on it.
It's like the role of grass in 19th century American novels.
So my primary theme was 20th century literature. So I only took 20th literature.
Oh, the theme could be that broad?
Oh yeah. Oh, wait until you hear my secondary theme. My primary theme was 20th century literature. So I only had to take just like whatever classes I wanted to take on like 20th century literature. And like I literally took like a full class just on Ulysses. Like that was the entire class. We read James Joyce's Ulysses and that was it. I took a class that was like only on like 20th century American poetry. I took you know what I mean? Like, so I could focus on the things that I really cared about. My secondary theme was themes of modernism, which could be literally anything. Like, what does that even mean? So I would go take like an art history class, a philosophy class, you know.
So, sorry, I think when you were describing the major, you said you could design your own course.
Oh, not a course, I
of
guess.
study.
Course of study, yeah.
Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your major. You get to design your
major. Right, yeah.
So,
that's crazy.
Yeah, my secondary theme was themes of modernism, literally. And I just took whatever classes I wanted to take, and I just put it under there. So, like...
No wonder you loved your major.
So, like, I got a super...
So when it's time to sign up for classes, basically, like, you're basically just logging on to, like, the class portal in the sense of just choosing what you want to take.
Yeah. And then just fitting it, making it
It's not like you were going to take, like, chemistry anyway, you know?
No.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
So, like, my undergrad experience ended up being very much a grad school experience.
Right.
And Chicago has a setup where basically starting your second year, if you could like get approval or whatever, or like once you get to a certain level, you can take any cross-listed course. So most of my cross-listed meaning undergrad and grad.
Okay.
So most of my classes in my third and fourth year of college, like any given class, the makeup was like maybe a third undergrad, maybe a third master's students, and maybe a third PhD students.
Oh, wow.
Like these are like people getting PhDs in English language and literature at University of Chicago that I'm taking classes with. So like, and because I'm like designing my own major, I can just choose to take any of these classes. And because for them, like, they obviously have a focus, right? Because they're getting their doctorate. So I'm taking all the same classes as these people. So I got a super grad school-y experience. And I think that made a super enriching college environment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that like...
You're into school already.
Yeah. And like that obviously like brings up the ante on all the discussions too, right? Because everyone is super thoughtful. Not that like undergrads can't be thoughtful, but it's a different perspective when somebody who is basically committing to a life of, you know, studying that subject are sharing their thoughts versus like a 19-year-old
who just trying,
which is like what I was doing, right? I was probably
there's a huge difference. There's a huge difference just from if you're in an English class in undergrad, it could just be anyone trying to make the grade and get on with and just try to party. If it's a master's level class, well, clearly that person is very interested in that level. And then if it's doctorate level, this person is like is the subject matter.
Like
almost.
that person is going to be teaching that class in a few years.
Right, exactly. That's cool.
And I think one of the reasons that I was able to get that very unique experience is because I picked this major that was like a unicorn of a major, that like allowed me to do this. And like I'm also very much of the mindset, and I don't know if it's because I did end up going to a professional school afterwards and get an advanced degree, but I really think that college should be used for studying what you are interested in.
Totally.
Like I don't think it should be kind of the end all be all for your career life choice.
A training center for the job you're going to do for the next 50
right.
years.
Like I don't think that's right. Like
No.
So, like at the time and still now, like I think, like I kind of fell in love with poetry. Like I just thought it was so interesting that someone could use words to convey so much more than words just say. And I just got so...
And you enjoyed that.
Yeah, and I just got so fascinated by the idea of basically somebody writing like, I don't know, 10 lines, and us spending a full semester, like a quarter in Chicago sense, just like talking about it. Like, what does this really mean? Like, how many layers of meaning does this have? And I also fell in love with the particular thing called avant-garde poetry, where people were taking this form of poetry, genre, understanding all the conventions and then breaking all the conventions. And like the idea of kind of testing the limits of language, I thought was a fascinating idea. And I still do find it fascinating. And I still read about it, like if I see something, like I like to kind of keep up, because I am still very fascinated by that idea. It's just...
I have a couple big picture questions based on that, what you just said. First one, how, with that type of investment and love of your study, how did your grades get worse? Not, I doubt you had bad grades in college, but you said that leaving high school you were like academic superstar, but leaving undergrad and applying to law school, your grades were kind of whatever. How did that, if you're so into your studies, how were you not making equally awesome grades?
I mean, I was like very much in high school. I would say I was like an A- student, but because I was in so many AP classes, I got a little bump up. And in college, I remained kind of an A-, sometimes B+ student.
Gotcha.
But you don't get a bump up.
Right.
So my GPA...
And it's UChicago classes, like a UChicago English class is not going to be the same as my University of South Carolina English class. Yeah.
There was 0 grade inflation.
Right.
Like that I can be confident about. So I remained very much an A-, B+ student.
Without the book. Gotcha.
So in the end, I ended up with like a 3.5.
Gotcha.
But the way that the rounding worked out, I had a 3.49. The way that so in law school, when you're applying and people put you into buckets, the cutoff is 3.5 and up. And then otherwise you're in the next bucket, which is like 3.2 to 3.49. So because of the rounding, I got put into that bucket. So I was like basically like the lowest grade point average that you could have, basically. Like if you looked at like the percentiles for like the grade range of the people who are accepted, like I would be in like the bottom 20th percentile.
Of UChicago acceptees?
Yeah, of people who ended up at UChicago Law.
Right.
Because there are going to be plenty of people who had like a 4.0 in college.
Right.
Where like, even if they maintain an A- average as a 3.7, right? Or like, whatever. Or even 3.5. But because I had a 3.49, it was like oh my god, you didn't even have a 3.5.
Right. My next question was going to be, did you go from poetry, avant-garde, land to law school land, but I forgot there's a transitionary stage. So how did that, talk us through the development of high school political academic poetry Soo to TFA Soo?
Honestly, the TFA thing made perfect sense to me because I was disillusioned with the idea of studying politics and getting into politics, but it's not like I stopped caring about social issues, you know. So those are things that have remained important to me. And in the meantime, I fell in love with English and the language. So really, it seemed like a very natural progression to me
Melding of the two.
that I would want to do TFA because it would give me an opportunity to take like what I really love, which is like language and like, you know, like sharing this like love of like literature and whatever, but for a cause that I believed in.
Right.
So like to me it seemed very sequential.
Right. And for those that don't know TFA, I've mentioned it a bunch of times, so I won't go to the big thing of delineated TFA and TFA affiliates multiple times before, but it's Teach for America. Basically the military for teaching. That's how I describe it. It's the military
But we're
for
all
teaching.
very anti-military.
Yeah, ironically, everyone in it's probably anti-military.
We're very
a lot of bleeding heart liberals.
Yeah,
in
we're
TFA.
Non-militant.
But essentially, you know, they recruit
What
you
do you-
out of college,
yeah.
send you off to teacher boot camp, and then send you to war.
It's
That's
true.
what happens. They send you off to to teach.
You mean
inner-city
war
schools.
against poverty?
Yeah. The achievement gap.
Yeah. It's just,
So where did you apply? Did you apply to New Orleans specifically?
yes.
Okay. And you got in,
Yeah.
clearly.
Yeah. I actually, New Orleans was my first choice. So my core, each TFA year is called a core. So I graduated in 08, graduated college in 08. So I would become an 08 core member of TFA. My core was going to be the first core back in New Orleans post-Katrina.
Whoa.
So when I was applying for TFA, there was also a big push because everyone knew that there was going to be a huge need in New Orleans because that's when a lot of kids were going to start moving back
Right.
and have a semblance of a school year.
Right.
And there was a ridiculous teacher shortage in the public school system, as one can imagine. Oh wow, so many wipes, Jojo, so wasteful. Oh, thank you for giving me these wipes.
Just aren't toys, JoJo.
Very kind of you.
Mama!
Yes?
Mama!
The school district, wasn't the school district unit teaching called like the Recovery School District or something?
RSD? But, I mean, I ended up, you know,
Mama!
charter, in a public charter, because that was like, New Orleans was going through the charter revolution, as you know.
Wasn't
many
everything
districts
basically
are.
chartered in New Orleans at the time?
No, not when I started. That was the goal. The goal was to take all the
No toca,
schools
Jojo.
in the
No
recovery
toca,
school
déjalo.
district.
Put it back, JoJo. I don't need it. I don't want it. I want you to put it back. I want you to put it back. Ponelo ahí en la mesa.
Yeah, the goal was to take every single school in the recovery school district and then to turn it into a charter. That was like the charter
Oh, wow.
revolution.
Okay.
But my year was the first time that was the beginning of
So
it.
did they bring in a huge core your year?
It was 250. It was big.
And just for New Orleans?
Just for New Orleans. it
And your
was
institute was
250.
just New Orleans?
Hmm?
Y'all's institute?
No. The institute was not very well designed. But that's a different issue. But to
But
go back,
they send kids to like the Gulf Coast and stuff from your institute? Or was it just New Orleans teachers in your institute?
no, it was not.
Oh.
But yeah, to go back to the first question, so there was a big push within TFA for secondary education and math and science teachers, and also for a big core in New Orleans. But kind of independently, I also knew that I wanted to go to New Orleans and be a part of that. But in ranking the various schools or various regions, I was also fairly strategic, where I only ranked big southern cities.
Okay.
Because I was from the West Coast. I had gone to school in the Midwest, and I was thinking of a place where I was going to end up spending my early 20s. And I thought of a place, I wanted to be somewhere that was kind of new and kind of foreign, but also somewhere that I probably was not going to end up settling in.
Gotcha.
Because I thought it was important for me to experience something just totally out of my comfort zone. Yeah, so I think I ranked like
New Orleans post Katrina meets this criteria.
Yeah, I mean it's true. So like New Orleans was number 1. I think Atlanta was number 2. I think Nashville may have been number 3. And then like a few other like southern cities. But to go back to your second question about Institute, there was not...
Institute is TFA boot camp.
I don't know why they thought it was a good idea this year, but they sent the New Orleans Corps to Phoenix. So now they do it in Atlanta. Now the New Orleans Corps goes to the Atlanta Institute, which makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Just demographics wise and region.
Regional wise.
Yeah, it just
8 hours as opposed to 20.
Yeah, like I have no idea why they sent us to Phoenix, but we were in Phoenix, and so it was like the Phoenix Corps, New Orleans Corps. There may like the Mississippi Delta may have been there, and I think there. And then there were a few like smaller corps.
It must have been a financial thing,
or it may have been capacity, because we were on the ASU campus and like whatever. It may be that wherever they were hosting in Atlanta wasn't big enough at the time to host both the Atlanta Corps, which I think is pretty sizable, plus a GNO Corps. So maybe that's why, but I mean, it was all wrong because like I taught, as like part of this boot camp, I taught summer school for basically like
bunch of Latino kids.
Yeah.
Bunch of Spanish speakers.
Spanish speaking children. And then I went to New Orleans, and none of my kids were Spanish speaking. They were like, my kids were 100% Black Americans. Like it's.
I had the same thing. I
was like, this doesn't, like, I've literally learned nothing.
I had the same thing. I ended up teaching in a my school was probably half Black, half Latino, roughly. But I taught, and it was elementary. I taught 4th grade, and my institute placement was high school English.
Oh my god!
And I taught elementary special ed. It was, anyway.
I mean,
it prepares you basically
to be honest,
for whatever.
like institute's it's kind of a joke.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's.
I honestly thought institute.
I mean, I guess
was
it's
more
good
effective
like,
than the 2 years of master program we had to take.
Yeah, that's true. I only had to do a year because they didn't have a master's program.
There are no universities in New Orleans left.
God. No, they didn't have the sister program set up, so that we just ended up doing like a
Cert.
Yeah. Exactly. Which is like expired now for me, so I can never be a teacher again unless I
You teach a charter. Charter will hire anybody.
Or like private school.
Yeah. Just can't. Oh no, Sue can't go back and be a public school teacher.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of enjoy teaching.
Yeah, I teach school, but I don't foresee you being a public school teacher anytime soon. All right, so we gotta. There's so much more I want to talk about.
See, I told you, I was like, there is no way that we can capture I was like, dude, like,
Okay,
I have like several more years of storytelling. Like, we're like just wrapping up college and we kind of skipped most of college.
I intentionally started skipping a lot of questions I had. I had a lot of questions, but anyway, we're getting a good idea. And for me personally, I'm most interested in your childhood, just because I don't know that about you.
Yeah.
Okay, so how was TFA overall? Just give us a nice overview of the two like most challenging years of your life.
I mean that's the summary, right? I have now. I immigrated to this country at 12, speaking no English. I've gone to competitive schools all my life. I now have
not just competitive schools, like elite schools.
Yeah, I now have a toddler, and I
in the middle of quarantine.
work in the middle of quarantine.
And work, I got a 24-hour-a-day job.
Yeah, I work a 24-hour shift, but every day. This is the first vacation that I've taken since my maternity leave. But TFA was the hardest thing that I've ever done.
Yeah.
I mean, no competition.
Yeah.
Like, I just listed off a bunch of really terrible things that were really difficult, but like literally they pale in comparison to what that first year of teaching was like. I mean, I literally cried every day for a year. I can laugh about it now, but like literally cried every day. For a full year.
What does that look like exactly? Like
it's not
kids
pretty,
leave at the end of the day and you're like sitting in your classroom
No. I would
Is
never.
it like happy hour with friends?
Would never cry in front of kids. Do you know?
No, not in front of kids. I said once the day was over and they left.
No, it would be like at home and I'd be like, what
have I done? What have I got myself into? Yeah.
No, that was a part of it, but more also just like, I don't know how to do anything.
Yeah, and it's an unsolvable problem. I mean, you're teaching in an inner city school like that. It's
like,
literally
I
not.
know nothing. There's nothing I can do.
You can't solve the problem.
It's like the level of helplessness that you feel is like palpable.
Yeah, it's like you're in a burning building, and it's like, okay, well, I guess I'll try to extinguish the fire that's burning the couch, and I'll extinguish the fire that's burning like this coffee table. But like ultimately, this whole building is still burning around me.
Or you just say, "Oh gosh, I'm just gonna burn in this building."
Yeah.
Like this is how my life ends. Like I'm gonna go in trying to put out a fire, and I'm just gonna burn in this building, and I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
You know, like that's what TFA was like.
What are you talking about? This is my blankie, Jojo.
Aggie.
This is my blankie. This is Ali's blankie. What are you doing? Why are you taking my blankie from me? Get a blankie. Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks for telling us about TFA. Moving on.
That's like the 2-minute wrap up of TFA, but. I mean, it really was like, oh man. It was a very meaningful experience. And I think it will, just as JoJo,
Not that.
that fan is actually big enough where you could lose a finger.
Oh yeah, she likes to stick her fingers in there too.
You cannot do that, Joe.
Did you know going into TFA that you wanted to go to law school after?
No. Not
Did you
at
have
all.
any idea? That's what TFA was for me. I didn't know what the hell I wanted to do after.
This sounds weird.
I was just like, hopefully something will come of this. I don't know.
This sounds weird. Maybe not weird. It shouldn't be weird, but it is because of how many people end up coming out of the TFA experience. But I went into TFA thinking that I could become a lifelong educator.
That's good.
Yeah.
I did too.
Yeah, like I went in thinking like, you know, maybe I'll be like a superintendent one day.
Oh, really?
I have like all these big dreams always.
That's not. I mean, people do that.
Yeah.
People
And
that we taught with are on that path.
friends who are like who have been principals
yeah.
and district,
So
managers
you went
or
into
whatever.
TFA thinking this is.
I went into TFA thinking like, okay,
I'm
this is
into
like a way for me to like marry my interest in social justice and like
Academics.
academics.
Yep.
Like I totally thought like, okay, this is my path.
Yep.
Um,
I thought the same thing going in. Like, I don't have any other plans, so
Yeah,
let's
so
just
like-
do this to the best of our ability, and maybe we'll stick with it forever. Maybe,
yeah.
you know,
So I had no plans of law school or really anything beyond. I just kind of wanted to, like, I believed in the mission. I mean, I still do. And like, I thought like maybe this could be it.
Mhm.
And then the bureaucracy kind of got to me. And what I also learned is that, so first year of teaching was like, I mean, I feel like I did those kids more harm than good. But I think that's probably what like every first year teacher feels like. Second year, I kind of got the hang of it. And I realized that a lot of people in like the charter world, especially, started out as classroom teachers, and then eventually, like the kind of like the only way up was for you to transition into
No, Jojo. Transition to what? I'm sorry.
into an admin role.
Yeah.
And I thought about it, and when I first kind of expressed like I might not stay beyond the 2 years, like the school that I was at was like, what if we make you this? What if we make you that? You know, and what I kind of realized through that process is like the thing that I like about teaching is the classroom.
Yeah.
Like I actually enjoy being a classroom teacher, but then I kind of hit a wall where I realized like, you know, I don't think it's quite enough for me. Like I don't think I could be a classroom teacher for the next 40 years. Like I want something a little more. But the more is that I have to leave the classroom and deal with like this bureaucratic BS that I'm not interested in. And if those are the only two-way, like long-term options, there is no future.
I don't want to be part
here
of this.
for
Yep,
me.
totally.
You know? So I kind of started thinking about other options, and I considered that I considered going into like academia. And then I kind of realized I'm not smart enough for that.
What do you mean?
Like I'm not smart enough to be like a PhD and a professor. Like I don't care about one thing. That
Well, those are two
deeply,
different
and,
things.
like, but I'm
Caring about one thing and being smart enough for one thing.
Yeah,
are two
I also
very
don't
different
think
things.
that I'm.
No, you definitely are. I think I am, so you definitely
Yeah,
are.
I don't
Maybe
know
have
if I
a
am.
disillusional sense of self, but I think it's more accurate. You don't care enough about a subject.
Or I should say it this way. I'm not smart enough to go into academia to teach at the kind of school that I want to teach at.
Okay. Well, I still disagree, but I understand your point.
Yeah.
I think it's
And it
much
was
more
also,
focused. I think it's much more focused and interest. Like what you would teach about rocks. Like you better be super into rocks. You know, I think it's hard for anyone to be that into a specific area of study. But who knows? Like I could see you being a law professor at some point down the road.
You're not smart enough for that either.
There's not what?
Not smart enough for that either. But yeah, so I considered it, and then I kind of was like, oh, like I'm not, like, self, you need to accept that you're not smart enough for that path.
Was that really your thinking? Was like intellectual ability?
I mean, kind
That's
of.
going to limit me?
A little bit.
So I'm going to go to law school at U Chicago instead?
No, it's more
I'm
like.
going to take a path of an idiot.
Well, it's more like, okay, like think about what took me to teaching in the first place. It was a combination of like my interest in social justice and like reading and writing, like
Right.
interest in like language. There is really one other job that does those
Right. Yeah.
things, and it's being a lawyer.
Yeah.
Because my intent wasn't becoming a corporate lawyer like I am now, right? Like my intent was like becoming a lawyer fighting for like social justice issues.
Right.
And that was like why I went to law school. So like law school to me seemed like yet another kind of a logical step that took my interests and also my strengths and like melded into a job.
Gotcha.
So I, like they seem very different, but like I mean they kind of take a lot of the similar
Yeah,
skills.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. I see what you're saying.
So that's how I kind of landed on law school. But I also kind of knew that once I started going down that path, there wasn't going to be a stopping point. Like think about me now. Like
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
like I started school.
You could not be deeper into the lawyer world.
Right.
I mean, I guess you could.
I mean, how hard is it for me to step away? I mean, the only time that I've been able to step away from my job were when I got married and when I had a kid.
Yeah.
Like I've been on a 9-day vacation, and of the 9 days so far, we're on day 7. I've worked 6 out of the 7 days
Yeah.
of my like 9-day
Let's say
vacation.
9 vacation. What are you talking about? I think yesterday. And
Oh, by the
today-
way, the 9 vacation days also include Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah.
So I worked on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I worked
Of your
5
vacation.
days out of 6.
Right.
Or today's Friday, so I've worked 5 days out of 7.
Right.
And I will probably try to take tomorrow off, but bless you.
Thank you.
But I will work on Sunday.
Uh,
You know what I mean? So like,
and you knew that. So what you're saying is you knew that applying to law school, like, here we go.
or like, not necessarily that I imagined this exact scenario in this life, but I knew that, okay, like this is kind of like my second career, and this is one where I see like long-term possibilities.
Gotcha.
And when you have like a long-term job, like, and also like I'm
Well,
getting
being-
older, like it's gonna be like a lot harder for me to take a sabbatical,
Right.
so to say.
And being a lawyer is a much more generalized profession than being a teacher, right? If you're a
Yeah.
teacher, you're a teacher. You're a teacher. If you're a
Also,
lawyer, there's a variety of things you can do.
Dude, how much do you miss getting the summers off?
It's amazing.
Oh,
I mean,
that was like
miss.
that was like the saving grace of teaching, right? Like getting a week off for Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
getting those 2 weeks off for Christmas.
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, we had a bunch of like, you know, teacher training, but you would get at least a month off in summer.
Oh yeah, at least.
We used to get a week off for Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
It was just like
Week, fall
week off for
break,
spring
wor-
break.
Fall break a week, winter break 2
Just
weeks.
like, oh my
Thanksgiving
god,
Day.
just as you like think you're about to lose your mind,
Yeah.
you would have like a little bit of a breathing room,
Yeah.
you know? Like we
And
don't
then you get to
have
summer
that.
and you're like, you know what? I can do this again.
Yeah, no. And then you get all like psyched up, you're just like, yeah,
Yeah.
like I'm gonna change everyone's lives,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Not so much.
Right, but I
Yeah.
kind of anticipated that I will not have those breaks. So I basically took a sabbatical.
Oh,
I
that's
took
right.
a year off
I forgot.
between TFA and law school. And during that time, I never got to study abroad when I was in college because I took 2 quarters off.
Uh-huh. You told me, yeah.
Yeah. And like whatever study abroad I would have done, I didn't.
You're talking about Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, like I never got to have that experience. Like I would love to have that experience. So I had taken like a year and some change of Mandarin Chinese when I was in college. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go to China and just take a semester of like Chinese classes and like just experience what that world is like. So I applied to, you know, like some language school, and I went and lived in China for like 5-6 months. And I traveled a bunch, met a bunch of people. And after that, I went to Korea, and I like spent like a month there, saw a lot, spent a bunch of time with like my family that I don't really get to see. And then, yeah, like I spent the summer kind of like spending some time at home with my parents that I hadn't done since basically high school. I mean, obviously, I actually, after I finished, I stayed the summer term in New Orleans. So, I mean, like, that goes, there's a year right there, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, yeah, and that was good. Like, that year kind of gave me just kind of like freedom to just kind of reset, do whatever, experience new cultures, experience new things, learn some things.
Were you deciding what was next during that time too?
I was applying to law school at the time.
Okay, so you knew
Yeah.
you were going to law school during that time.
So basically what I did was, so after I gave notice, I stayed the summer term, kind of like still helping out at the school and whatever. And then I moved back to San Diego probably end of the summer. And at the end of the summer, I studied for the LSAT, which is like the law school exam. And at the same time, I was applying to both programs in China and also to law schools.
Gotcha.
And at the same time, I was taking a couple of classes at the community college by my parents,
And Chinese?
Chinese, and another class because what am I gonna do? Just like sit at home all day?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not.
I heard computer games are fun.
I'm not good at that. So, yeah, I spent like 3 months going to community college, studying for the test, applying to Chinese programs, and applying to law schools. I took whatever is like the standard. I took the LSATs in like, I don't know, must have been in the winter time sometime. And I sent in all of my applications, and then I left the country.
Okay.
And
And
I
you're
was
just like,
in-
we'll see what happens.
yeah, and then my parents had to open every single one of the letters, so like I didn't, like I was abroad,
Right.
and all my acceptance or rejections were coming in. Yeah, so I sent the applications off, left the country, and I was in China because at that point it's like there's nothing more I can do. Like
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go, like
Yeah.
live my life, and I was abroad, so I must have gotten to China like, I don't know, in the winter, either December, January, and I was there for like a semester term. And in the spring, once that semester wrapped up, I traveled in China a little bit. And then I went to Korea, spent like a month in the summer, and then I was home, and then I went to school. A year goes by very quickly.
Very quickly.
When you're like trying to do a bunch of things.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was a great.
Were you
trip.
by the time? So when you're wrapping up that trip, are you feeling like refreshed and excited for law school?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Okay.
so. I mean, it was like I was pretty ready to
Right.
just like for the
What's for your next chapter? Yeah,
because it's
Yeah.
like okay, like I got this travel bug out.
yeah, yeah. I know
Like
that
I've
feeling.
kind of been like hanging out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to class, but like,
Yeah,
I mean, you know what teaching was like. So like, doing the teaching thing for 2 years and then becoming a student again was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
like, oh, being a student is the best thing in the world.
yeah.
You know, and it was like, wait, I get to do this for 3 more years.
Mm-hmm. So was it that same feeling going into law school? Like this is fun. This is
Yeah,
you enjoyed law school.
I love law school.
Yeah.
I thought law school was super fun.
Yeah. That's the impression I always get from you and Lucas. It's like maybe that first year was a little bit of a grind, but after that it was a good time.
No, but I mean, so when I went to law school, I didn't go in with like super big goals.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, like I didn't go in thinking like, oh, I have to be the top of my class so that I could like clerk for the Supreme Court or like anything like that. Like law school for me was kind of like a means to an end, and I just wanted to like
Getting a law degree, that was the end?
huh?
The end
Like-
was getting a law degree? That was...
Or becoming a lawyer.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Like
Just generally.
right, like I wanted to like my goal through law school was basically like I wanna be above average so that I could like get a job,
Right.
but like the prestige and whatever isn't like as important to me because I went to law school thinking that I was gonna end up doing nonprofit or like like not law firm corporate work.
Right.
And usually in those circles it doesn't
Matter.
matter as much whether you whatever. So I mean obviously I wanted to, but like I still wanted to be like above average or whatever.
Right. Just for your own personal...
Right, just for my just personal sanity. And then my first quarter, I got burned. Like, my first quarter of law school was probably the worst grades I've ever gotten in my life.
Oh, wow.
And then I like had a moment like, oh my god, like, am I this dumb?
Am I going to pass law
Like,
school?
no, it's more, yeah, yes. I mean, I didn't really have concerns about graduating, but more like, is this what happens when I'm in the big leagues?
Right. Is this where I stack up
yeah,
against the big boys?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, oh wait, like I thought I was smart, but is it that like once I'm in the big leagues, exactly,
Mm-hmm.
like, is this all I am? Like, am I just like bottom rung?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I need to know whether that is true.
Mm-hmm.
So the next semester, the next quarter, like I
Hunkered
studied
down.
and
Gotcha.
I worked, and I got like 2 of the highest grades that I've gotten in law school. And once I did,
Was that a...
really what that should have done is like, oh, I can do this, like I can be the top of the class. But instead, I was like,
Oh, okay.
I'm not done. Like, okay, I can like
Back
go,
to chilling.
like I can go back now. So like, I literally.
I know that feeling, dude. I feel the same way now because I feel zero pressure as this nanny to like prove
I'm
myself
telling
to
you, and I
society.
are kind of the same.
Because in my head, I'm like, no, I have super smart friends. I live with a bunch of Ivy League lawyers. I consider myself roughly in their same intellectual level. So who needs all this like proving, like demonstration of actual? Who needs to fulfill their actual potential?
Yeah. But like
When
literally,
I
like,
know I could be, a
Yeah.
high performing human.
So I had that quarter when I was like, oh, like I literally could be the top of my class, and I was like, that was a lot of work.
That's gonna require a lot of effort.
Like I don't know if I'm willing to do this every single quarter. And I
good-
was like, like I think I can now strike the balance between my first quarter performance and my second quarter performance and just maintain that. And that's what I did.
Kind of how I look at life.
So I was like, oh wait, so I now know
Right.
that if I do something in between, I'll be above average.
That's
But,
good enough.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, for my purposes, that's plenty good enough. And I and then I like partied in law school.
At what point did your thinking post law school? And I'm sorry, I know I'm having to intentionally skip stuff here, but we're pushing along the podcast. At what point did your thinking start shifting away from public service work into where you are now? Was that part of where did that come? Is that a financial consideration in terms of the debt you started seeing yourself you were going to have post law school? Is that part of your academic experience, part of your social experience, part of your political development? How did you transition into the career you're in now?
Myriad of reasons. Of the ones that you mentioned, the first, which was the financial, probably is the one that played a big role of the ones that you mentioned. But also at play were just possibilities. So let me kind of try to unpack that.
I think, yeah.
So at the end of throughout law school, like I kind of straddled between like trying out like these private big law jobs and also going and like working at a public defender's office. Like I did both in my summer experience. And throughout law school, I worked at a legal clinic that worked on criminal justice issues. Because really my goal going into law school and kind of what I wanted to do like after law school was and still like I still hold out hope that this is eventually what I can end up doing, which is working on juvenile criminal justice reform. And that's kind of in my mind ultimately where I would like to end up, because that's like the penultimate thing that culminates, you know, like all my prior experiences, right? Like basically, you know, like I worked on education issues, you know, through my TFA experience.
Worked on education issues is a very euphemistic way to put it. You aren't like some lobbyist.
Yeah, that's true.
You literally like could not be more balls deep into education issues.
I know, I was deep in it. But like on the other side of the coin is like obviously like policy stuff, like, you know, people like pushing these agendas, but also I got super interested in like basically the school to prison pipeline, you know, and like all those.
New Orleans is a great place to see that too.
Right, like all those. That was very palpable to me, and like obviously like,
Chicago's a great place to see that as well.
Oh, and also like over criminalization of Black Americans, right? Like that's something that I really saw firsthand, and that's kind of what I intended to work on, and that's what I did work on like through law school, and I thought afterwards, and again, like I hope that like one day after this meandering path that I'm taking, that one day I will be able to work on that cause, whatever form it ends up taking.
But just to paint the picture, financial, because to me the biggest thing would be financial. Like you guys make good money, and you've been out of law school now for
6 years.
6 years, and you're still not out of debt.
No.
So how could you? Like to me, it's like, yeah, that sounds great. Like dedicating your law efforts to, you know, social justice reform or whatever, but how is it even viable?
So
I guess there's probably debt forgiveness programs.
That would have been the
solution. But then you have to sign up for like an extended period of working with no flexibility in your job. Yeah.
So that was the part of the equation. So the financial part of the decision making was the debt. And you're right, like the alternative would have been the debt, like the loan forgiveness program.
Yeah, but then you're back into like military basic. Then you're back into basically like TFA of a different form, but for longer.
Correct. So for the loan forgiveness program too, and I spent a lot of time looking into this. It basically means that for 10 years out of
10 years
out of graduation, you have to work in a public service organization. Your salary cap is at $80K. I mean, the truth is, no public organization, doesn't matter what kind of advanced degree you have, it's going to be pretty hard for you to get above 80K anyway. So, like, the salary cap is not really going to be an issue, but that's signing up for 10 years of
80K. I mean, just in itself is
not even 80K, but like 80K max. And also, like, I had an opportunity where there was a grant. They were starting a new grant, and they basically offered it to me. They said, we know you care about these issues. We would really like to give you this money to go, like, you know, it was like 45K or like whatever it is. 45 to 60, I forget exactly how much. like a year's salary, and we want you to be like the first recipient so that you could go like work on these issues. But by the nature of this grant, I would have to go to a public defender's office in the South somewhere. So probably, most likely Mississippi, or like, like places where there are really big, like blatant issues in the criminal justice system.
Right.
And probably places with like active death penalty, like capital punishment issues,
Oh, yeah.
So like probably like Mississippi, maybe like go back to Louisiana or like one of those. And then I kind of realized like, one, like financial is like a thing, because at the end of law school I was like $230,000 in debt. $230,000 that I had to borrow.
I've probably never made that much money in my entire decade of
by the
professional
way,
existence.
that's also the money that I borrowed from the U.S. government, and they were charging me 8% interest because the government is fucking the worst.
You don't have to tell me.
Like, worst, like, insert noun. Like, I don't care what you call it, but it's the worst. Like, it's just like...
But then that's 40K for 45, 60K for 1 year. It doesn't nullify your debt.
No. That's my salary.
Hey, here's $50,000 to go be a lawyer in Mississippi. That doesn't sound like a great opportunity. Sorry.
Right. So like it's doable. Like I lived on less as a
teacher,
and whatever would be.
But you
like
still have $230,000 of debt.
So like the way that loan forgiveness works is like a kind of a complicated process where you still have to make the minimum,
right,
like income-based payment. Chicago had a special program that was also that, like, if you combined it with the federal loan forgiveness program, eventually they would also like reimburse you for the minimum payment that you're making. So eventually, like 10 years down the road, you end up getting a free education.
10 years down the road.
10 years down the road.
Right. But you have to be in that position for 10 years.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's 10
and
years.
And you can't like leave and like, do something else and like come back. It's not like, like you have to just continuously be in that situation for 10 years.
No.
And so I like looked at this possibility. And at this point I'm 28, which is
okay, so this is my next question, and I'm sorry to interject.
Yeah.
But this is kind of like my final theme I want to touch on, and I'm going to use it as like our closing out theme as well. And I think you're about to say it. It's like you're 28. You also have to factor in the fact that you want to start a family. I'm assuming this is on your mind. So
it's a part of it, yeah.
It's really an impossibility, right? I mean, you could do it, right? You could sign up for 10 years in this difficult job, but then you have to also have the financial resources to raise a family on that salary while staying in that job, potentially in Mississippi.
And also, like, potentially put down roots in Mississippi.
Right.
And
exactly.
become, like,
it's 10 years.
Yeah.
That's where your child's going to go to school. It's where your child's first friends are going to be. Yeah. It's where your child's going to grow up. Are you factoring these things into your decision making? Are you factoring family planning, marriage into this process?
That's a part of it. That wasn't, like, the primary concern that I had at the time.
And at this time, you had just met your husband, who was your boyfriend at the time.
We had only been official for a very short time. We had known each other for almost a year.
Right.
But we had also had a conversation at this point that, like, post graduation, we were going to give it a try.
Right.
We have both had unsuccessful long distance relationships in the past, and we weren't like super optimistic, but we also knew that this is something we should give it a try.
Yeah.
So we had those conversations, but so as you said, like finances for sure, because even with the potential of playing into this loan forgiveness, like all the limitations plus like the psychological pressure of being that much in debt, and like somehow like, what if the program falls through? I mean, they say that you get like grandfathered in, but like, I mean, I don't trust the government with like anything, right?
This
So,
is
like,
literally happening to my sister right now. Your husband, Lucas, is helping my sister navigate the legal aspects of it. My sister signed up for a very similar program. She signed up to get her doctorate to get paid for by the government to, I think it's 4 years in her case, agrees to work in low-income community for 4 years, which she would do anyway. But then, you know, it's the government. There's been a total, Trump got elected during this, her acceptance, so that's changed the whole dynamic in the funding, and so now she's signed up what I consider like making a deal with the devil. You made a deal with the government, that's the devil. This is what happens. So it's daunting.
I was thinking about all that. I was like, if this program, if I'm like 7 years in, and like they pull the rug from under me, like, then what? Then I'm gonna be like 35 and living
Could you
in
imagine?
Mississippi. And
Like,
all
oh,
of
by the way, here's your $200,000 debt back.
yeah, like what am I gonna do? And like I'm way too risk averse to like take on that kind of a.
Yeah.
I don't trust the government enough to take that kind of a risk, you know. So like financial for sure was a big part, and also like people were like, oh, if you're aggressive on your loans because of how much you get paid in big law. You could be debt free in 2 to 3 years. So I was like, 2 to 3 years, like I'll do that, like
yeah.
no problem. Obviously, there was a part about like, oh gosh, like am I ready to like put down roots in the South? Like I don't think so. Like I already did that, and I kind of, in a way, a little bit. You know, there's also like family planning, like. Is this going to be like a sustainable lifestyle? But also the thing that I mentioned earlier is like the possibilities. So I wanted to, because I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to end up doing, I wanted to choose the option that was going to give me the most number of possibilities. Because my philosophy, when you don't know what you want, is to leave as many doors open as possible. And going into a big law job was going to be the thing to leave as many doors open as possible.
Right.
Because from here, it's gonna be hard, but I could have gone into, I guess still could like go into, you know, like nonprofit world.
But if you're going to specifically like, okay, just sorry to interrupt, but if you're going into like, I don't know, environmental protection on pollution of rivers.
Yeah, like where can you go from
and you do that for 5 years and it doesn't work out, or you want to move on to something else, then it's like you can't apply to your job now. I guess you could, but it's going to be difficult to get your foot in the door. You're now in pollution of rivers world.
Yeah.
I get. Okay, yeah.
So that was a pretty big factor when deciding.
That's probably the biggest.
So it was honestly, it was the combination of the possibilities and the finances. But I also thought that like I could put in my 2 to 3 years and be out. But here I am. I'm 6 years in. I'm still not debt free. I'm really close though. Like it's like really within reach. It's like enough that like if we liquidated our like stocks and whatever, like I could be debt free.
Right. Lucas's Robinhood account.
Which we're not gonna do, you know. But like it's now within reach, and also like I've kind of like found some joy in this like ridiculous job. Because I'm like finally at a point where I like kind of know how to do things now.
Right. Yeah.
And also during that time, like I started a family, and like my priorities have kind of changed.
Totally.
And like golden handcuffs are kind of a thing.
Totally.
You know, like can I take a 400% pay cut? Because that's what I would be taking.
Yep.
Like.
One of y'all's gonna have to keep the engine going. Or
Like I would, if I just wanted to go into public interest job that like I wanted to do, like I would literally be getting paid like 20% of what I make now.
Don't do it. I'm out of a job if you do that.
It's as much as I hate to be such a, I guess for lack of a better word, like slave to this job, it's real because life is real and adulthood is real and
Debt is real. Children
real.
are real.
All of those things.
Quarantine is real.
Yes, all of these things. So here I am, I can't just, no longer are the days that I can say, I, Soo Park, believe in this cause, so therefore I will drop what I am doing and go do that.
You don't have that luxury anymore.
I don't. I can't. It would be incredibly irresponsible of me if I wanted to do that.
Yep. Alright, I'm going to transition us to our last topic, and you've got a
I'm
good job
losing my
bringing us there.
voice.
And I apologize because there's 1,000 other things I wanted to dive into deeper with you, but there's a lot. There's a
I've
lot
led
to
a
talk to you
full
about.
life.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. So
With many more years to come. That makes it sound like I'm on my deathbed, I've lived a full life. But
no, I envision. I'm very excited for what your professional future holds. Obviously, I think you and Lucas are going to end up especially once JoJo's settled and your child rearing is settled. I think there's a future chapter that I'm excited to see what happens with y'all's professional abilities.
we'll see.
Last topic here. Like you just said, your reality has changed, and so your calculus must change. Your decision making must change. Primarily among them now, you have this little being, JoJo, 20-month-old, in the background of the past 2 hour and a half of this episode, destroying the audio quality of this episode, and which is why I'm here for her, right? What do you want for her life? Not what job do you want her to become? Just generally speaking, what do you want out of her life? When I asked this question of Lucas, for instance, he answered it by saying, I want her, basically it was just I want her to be, what was it, Lucas? Excitement and confidence, I think, were his two things he wants her daughter to be. I know that's super amorphous in general. You could say I want her to be a firefighter. I don't know, but what do you want for your daughter?
It's something even more amorphous. But it's the American dream, which is I want her life to be just a little better than mine.
Okay. You had a really good life.
Huh?
That's a high bar. You went to private school in La Jolla.
That's true. But that's why I work the way that I do. Because I hope that I can do at least what my parents did for me.
Right.
At least.
You guys are at this interesting point where it's you and your husband have reached such a what I consider what's the word? It's not prestigious, powerful. I don't know. You guys are such high level humans. It's you have this bizarre flexibility that you could truly customize her existence. This is one of the first conversations I had with Lucas, and it certainly hasn't been resolved. But this public school versus private school kind of debate about where JoJo's going to go to school. You certainly have the ability to send her to private school if you want, but it's you're almost at this. You're at this very fortunate position where it's we really need to factor in her socialization. To me, her academic development is almost a given. She's going to be a smart kid. She's going to be a good student. It's we're beyond that. We're playing real high level chess here. We're playing 3D chess.
Yeah.
We want to give her an accurate conception of what it means to be American. Exactly. What is it to be a part of American society? Maybe the private school in La Jolla actually isn't what's best for her in the long run. Maybe it's the public school in Highland Park. That may be too far. Maybe a public school in Pasadena. It's it's a complicated factor she's a very lucky young lady. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, it's super amorphous, but that's my overall goal.
But what is that there's no objective way to say that. Like I said, you went to private school in La Jolla, so it's not you can send her to private school on I don't know, Jupiter. it's how do you give her, what does that look like in your mind, giving her, however you put it, a life that's a little better than yours?
So like, the reason that I say it's like even more amorphous is that like, I don't necessarily think of as like, in order for her to have a better life than mine, and every step of the way, in comparison to what I had, it needs to be better.
Right.
It's like way more like, you know, woo-woo than that.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. My
It's
next question is, does that mean like more love? Does that mean more hugs and kisses than you got as a child? Does that mean more, you know, whatever, staycations? You know, what is, you know, that, it could be that, you know?
I think it means, to me, like, I hope that she grows up in a way where she doesn't feel limited in pursuing what she wants to pursue.
Okay.
So, like, not that like I felt super limited like growing up, but like, you know, like there are certain experiences in my childhood that were very enriching, that shaped who I am. But there are a bunch of things that I didn't do. Like I never played like in, you know, little
Sports.
leagues or like sports. Then like I don't think I, you know, from my birth was like a super unathletic person or like a uncoordinated person. I think had I grown up, you know, like playing soccer or like doing whatever from my young childhood, like maybe I could have been a good athlete too, but I never had the opportunity because that wasn't a part of my upbringing.
Gotcha.
Because I grew up in a city.
Gotcha.
You know, like Lucas talks about like his family was really poor when he was growing up. Like he didn't have all the opportunity, like the same opportunities. Like they did a great job, but like he had never even left the country until we started dating.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
in law school.
In law school. Like he was
yeah.
like 25 when he left this country for the first time in his life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like, so in some ways, like we had some limitations, like in our like livelihoods.
In very different ways, but
In very
limitations
different
regardless.
ways,
Yeah.
right? And like the same amorphous hope for her is that whatever it is that she wants to pursue, that she doesn't feel limited.
Gotcha.
You know?
Yeah.
And like whether that means financial security for us, whether that means more love and support, whether that means like, I don't know, traveling, staycation, like whatever that means, like I just want to be in a situation where I could provide those things.
Whatever she wants to do. She wants to take horseback riding lessons when she's in 7th grade.
I mean, I'll
or whatever.
push back on like, okay, if like some of the requests are ridiculous, like I'm gonna push back.
Horseback riding lessons? That's ridiculous?
Huh?
Is horseback riding
No,
ridiculous?
I mean it's not ridiculous, but like horse girls are kind of a thing. Right? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like,
1000% know what you're
but
talking
like,
about.
yeah, like I'll take you horseback riding, but like you can't be a horse girl. Like that's not cool. You know what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're saying, but it's good. I'm glad you answered that. Okay, so what if like you do have expectations that it's your upbringing?
Yeah, I guess.
Because that's a limit.
Yeah,
That's a limit.
yeah, you're right. You can't be like.
You can't be not a horse girl. She wants to be a horse girl. She's a horse girl. But you're right. Horse girls are.
You're right. I do have some limits. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if she graduates high school, with a 4.0 and 1,500 SAT score, but she decides she's gonna move to Croatia to like.
But what's the reason?
I don't know. She's super in. What is it with Lucas's sister? Super into like cheese or something. If she's into like Croatian mountain goats, and she wants to move to Croatia because she loves the flora and fauna of Eastern Europe, and she's not going to necessarily get her PhD in flora and fauna.
No.
She just wants to be around it.
No.
Is that cool?
I mean, I'll push back, and but push back because like I want to know that she's thought about it.
Right.
If she's like, I want to, go to Croatia because I went there during college over spring break and I met a guy.
Yeah,
and
right.
I kind of want to see where that takes me. I'll be
Right.
like, what are you talking about?
Right.
But if she's like, that's the one place that has this particular whatever, and that's like what I think I could want to spend the rest of my life studying. Like I want to go like, we're like not necessarily studying, but like being around. Like I want to go experience it. Like, okay, like you have a reason. Like let's plan it out and like think about how you're gonna do this, and like, fine, but like be responsible for your choices.
Right. Do you have an expectation? I'm having more questions pop up, and I need to cover.
I mean, like, I do think that, like, I would be lying if I said I have no expectations of her with, like, hopes and dreams for her, but, like, and, it's, like, easier said than done for me to be like, I just want to support her 100% no matter what stupid decision she has, but, like, my general vision is that, like, we could be supportive parents,
Right.
Do you ever envision, once again, questions just pop in my head. At what point does your support end?
What do you mean?
Okay,
What kind
so
of
she's
support?
25 years old and is like in and out of the basement and, I don't know, being a waitress and stuff. Do you envision it? And I could never really envision y'all's child being this person. But at some point in your head, just theoretically, is there a time when childhood ends and you must be
100%.
weaned off the tit?
But I think what we must clarify is that I think there is a distinction between financial support and emotional support.
Yeah.
So, I have an answer for the financial support portion, which is basically adulthood.
What is that?
When you leave my house the first time, like you're 18 or like you're through high school. And really what my parents did was they extended it to end of college. So they like, my parents paid for my college education.
So do you plan on doing the same for JoJo?
If JoJo goes to college, I would do that.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we can cover the full thing. Like, I just don't know where we're going to be financially. But
You're going to make every effort.
I'm going to make an effort that, like, we are financially supportive through college.
Gotcha. And that's kind of like basically 4 years post high school is your general end of financial support.
Yeah.
Emotional support, do you ever envision a time where you're just like, JoJo, can't talk to you anymore? What would it take?
I don't know.
Would you have to join like some like militant terrorist group or something?
I don't know, because honestly, it's really hard to imagine. But, like, I don't think, like, I think about people who don't necessarily have good relationships with their families and who've had, like, a falling out. It's not like they ever intended for things to end up that way. Like, it's always, like, the completely unexpected things that happen. So it's hard for me to say, because obviously, sitting here now, like, I can't think of a reason. But I've also, like, seen enough families that fell apart over time
To realize it's a possibility.
to realize that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Sorry, that was a sick, twisted question.
No,
Just
but
popped in
I
my
mean,
head.
I think it's an interesting question, but like sitting here now, like I can't think of like anything. Like say that like a lot of like people who have disagreements with their parents in my generation are mostly related to like politics, coming out.
What if JoJo becomes some like rabid Republican?
That's
That's
like,
it for you.
like,
I can see it in
honestly,
your
like-
eyes. You're like, yeah, well.
like honestly, that's like the thing that came to my mind like, immediately. I was like, if she comes home one day and she's like
Voting for Donald Trump
alt-right,
Jr.
you know what I mean? Like, if she's like alt-right, like, you know, hanging out with like Klansmen, like, that's gonna be a problem.
We're gonna have to have a talk.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's really not. I'm sorry. Like, that's not cool. Like, I don't know if I can find love in my heart to accept that. Like, that's like really not okay.
Will you be disappointed if she doesn't go to college, or she doesn't pursue a traditional professional path? Are you prepared for that?
I'm not prepared for it, and if I said that I am, it would be because, like, in my heart of hearts, I don't think it's gonna happen.
You don't think what's gonna happen?
That, like, that's a possibility. You know what I mean?
You're not gonna let that happen.
Like, no, but it's not like my parents told me that I had to go to college, but they certainly created an ambiance where
Right.
that seemed like the logical path. But then, like, look at how my brother turned out. Like, he didn't want to go to college right afterwards.
Yeah.
So I know it's not just like the ambiance
Yep.
that you create or like the morals that you like impart on someone.
And you also just don't know.
Like,
what the
college
world's
is
gonna-
like sometimes not for everyone. And I mean, he ended up going to college anyway. In the end, it just took forever.
Right.
Um,
Also, she's being born into a rapidly changing world.
I don't know what college is going to look like 16 years from now. I really don't.
No.
Um,
And especially post-COVID, that's certainly going to change, you know. I don't think this 4-year like 4-year summer camp, basically, where you, like, leave the home and go off to some distant locale and live in an not isolated environment, but you know what I mean, in a separate, specific location for studying for 4 years, this specific 4-year experience, separate from the rest of your life. I don't know if that's going to be around for much longer.
it was kind of.
It's awesome. Don't get me wrong. I think
It was a really.
it's a very.
Almost like a necessary step to my adulthood, though, you know? Like,
I think it was for all of us.
being away from home and, like, experiencing a lot of firsts, you know? Like, so many firsts.
Mhm. But it's not the only way to experience those things, and I just don't think it's going to make sense logistically, financially, delivery of academic content efficiently anymore to just pack everything up, move to a separate location, pay for all. I don't know. Maybe it will. I think it's going to change very
I
rapidly.
know, but how much of the romance? Like, you can't forget about the romance of college.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's
Yeah. It's a great way, and it's almost, I think, kind of a purely American thing, the way we, not college itself, or university study itself, but the way we do it traditionally in America. Graduate at 18, move off, and become an adult living away from your parents for the first time.
I think
It's a
it would be
cool way
cool.
to transition into adulthood.
I forget which part of the world does this, but, you know, I think there are some parts of the world where the norm is for people to take a sabbatical between high school and college.
You talking about the Amish?
Huh? No, yeah, I forget where it
That's-
is. But, like, you know, basically at, like, 18, 19, for you to, like, kind of try experience
Adult life.
you know.
I think
like,
that's
go
honestly the better way to
abroad
do
or, like,
it.
do whatever, and then go to college. And I think that's a really cool experience.
Yeah, that's what I wish I would have done. A year off to travel, but some sort of structure to it, like what you did in China, basically.
Yeah.
Going to a foreign country, taking a language class, something to keep you kind of grounded and focused, not just, you know, a leaf in the wind, but a year away to reflect on, like, oh, this is what it means to not live with my parents. Oh, how does that influence what I want to do next? Going straight from living in your parents' house straight into, oh, now I'm deciding what I'm going to do for the rest of my life is a little much.
Yeah.
It's a little rapid. All right, this is going to be the longest podcast I've ever recorded, and I feel like I touched on 50% of what I wanted to touch on.
I know, right?
But the good news is, we live together, so
That's true. We can It's true. But
It is true.
I do wanna marinate that chicken now.
All right, Soo Park, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for joining me.
It's 5 o'clock. It needs to marinate for like an hour. So, reality hits. Reality comes at you fast.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.